Roger not attending tonight, I guess we'll get started. Everyone else is here. This is a regular meeting of the
Recording in
Norwich.
progress.
This is a regular meeting of the Norwich Selectboard. It's Wednesday, May 8th, 2024. I'm Pam Smith, the chair of the Select Board. I'm joined here in the room by Priscilla Vincent, and remotely we're joined by Mary Layton, vice chair, Marcia Calloway, and our town manager, Brennan Duffy. Okay, the first thing on our agenda is the agenda. And I would like to note that I did make a mistake on number 12. It should say approval of the minutes for April 24, not the 10th. We've already approved the 10th. So we can change that. Did anyone else have anything else on the agenda they wanted to change or any comments? Okay. Hearing none, I would entertain a motion for the agenda.
I move to approve the agenda.
Thank you. Is there a second?
You're muted, Mary.
Sorry, just in that there was an edit to the motion or to the minutes. Should that
okay.
be as amended?
Yes, it should be.
Okay. Do you want to
Sorry.
say it again, Priscilla, or? I don't
All
know.
right. I move to approve the agenda as amended.
I'll second that.
All right, thank you. All right. Mary, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Marcia, how do you vote?
No, as to item 2.
So noted. Priscilla, how do you vote?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. Okay. All right, number 2, the chair's report. I have 3 brief comments. On April 30th, I met with the chair of the Planning Commission to talk about the status of the Upper Loveland Solar. On May 1st, I met with the town manager and the chair of the Planning Commission to talk about capital planning as part of the town plan. And on May 2nd, I met with the town manager and the assistant town manager to discuss the agenda. And that is my report. Okay, number 3, public comments for items not on the agenda. Are there any public comments? All right, I have one. Given that we are not all here in Tracy Hall for these meetings and haven't been for several meetings now, I think it would be appropriate for us to go to Zoom only unless there are members of the select board who would like to start coming to these meetings in person. Otherwise, we'll just go straight Zoom. Any comments? Yes, go ahead, Mary.
I like being in person, but my family life kind of precludes it at this point. So I would be in favor of the Zoom, at least at this point.
Okay. Anyone else?
I'm in favor of Zoom.
Okay. Thank you. Priscilla?
I hate Zoom, but I'll do what I have to.
Well, it's just, it doesn't
No,
make
no.
sense to drag
No.
everybody
No,
out
it doesn't.
here
It doesn't.
that does come.
I can do
And
Zoom.
So until further notice, we'll be Zoom only. All right,
Well, thank
that's it for public comments. Number 4, Select Board and Town Manager Goals. I have included in the packet an email that I sent. I can find it here. Where did it go? Anyway, I guess find it. I think we kind of skipped over 4A and went straight to 4C. So I would like to bring us back to 4A and talk about select board goals, goals that are not the responsibility of the town manager or town staff. So I have outlined 9 things here that I think are important for the select board to set as goals. They're discrete tasks that only the select board is responsible for. And so I welcome any comments. Priscilla?
I've noticed this creation of a green procurement team and appointment of committee members, and your lists that included are the only thing I've ever seen about those. Is that
It's
because I
in-
haven't been in touch?
It's in the Article 36 Task Force
Oh,
report,
Okay.
which they submitted in February of 2022, and nothing has ever been done to implement any of their suggestions.
Hmm.
Marcia?
I think that we need to talk about that because, it may be a bigger conversation than just that, and I'm sure that, town manager also has some input. I guess basically, a number of the things that are on your list are statutory things that we don't have. They're not really goals or objectives. They're things that we have to do, like fill positions and stuff. Some of it is already in progress, like the handbook. Budgeting is something that we have to do. So I'm not too sure that that's a productive list for the select board goals. For the town manager goals, that's basically the thing that's been collapsed into the document that we're looking at for the second or third time tonight. And the same for the collective town manager select board goals, which are, the product of the contract that we have to abide by.
Thank you. Mary, you wanted to say something?
Yes, believe one of the goals is review policy. I still think that reviewing all the policies is probably not something we can accomplish in a year, especially if we have feedback and want to address them. But, some focused policy review, I think, would be reasonable.
Right. I imagined that we would prioritize those and maybe select 3 that we would try to accomplish in the coming year. Marcia?
Yeah, I think we tried that before, the whole thing, and it didn't work. So narrowing should be good, but we also have some work that is pretty well far along and just not finished. So we shouldn't just throw that out with the bathwater.
I wasn't proposing throwing anything out. What policies are you saying are in progress?
I'd have to look again because I have a file on my computer, but not at my fingertips at the moment. But we had a number of them. So it might be worth everybody just sort of saying what you think needs to be updated. And we could, as Mary said, I think somebody, or maybe you said, Pam, select 3 of them. I'd also sort of recommend that given our experience in the past, it might be more productive to actually look at the VLTC models and start with those and just say, so what's wrong with this, and add to it.
Right. But I've been on this board 14 months and I don't recall any assignments of policies being reviewed other than the personnel policy, which shifted from a board review to town staff review.
Yeah, we
So
had
at this
things
point,
going-
I'm not aware of any policies that the board is working on.
Not this board, but the other boards, and those don't just disappear.
Other boards? You mean
Select
previous
boards in
select boards?
past
Right.
select boards?
Right. But we need to bring that work forward.
Mhm.
And we haven't done that. Brennan?
So I just had a couple thoughts and comments. I think what I do recall that we looked at, I think it was related to financial policies at some point here. And I think it was before the current board was convened. And there was some work there, kind of how to how to put guardrails up around certain duties and responsibilities between staff and elected officials. And no, I think that was fairly productive, but it was a while ago. We'd have to go dust that back off a bit. I guess I had a thought related to number 5 that you had brought up, Pam, was this creation of this green procurement team. And I do realize this was part of, several years ago, this task force was formed to create some suggestions. And I do envision a procurement team creating potentially some contention or conflicts related to purchases. And I guess I would want to be understanding kind of what the roles and duties of a procurement team would be. And obviously, as the town manager, that's kind of one of my statutory duties, is to be the procurement officer for the town and sign off on expenditures, large and small. So I'm not exactly sure how that would fit with kind of a layperson task force that was looking at procurement as well. And then my third comment was, again, related to, I guess, what's being called 4B, the goals. And I tend to agree with Marcia that I think what I had presented there back in April was really just a list of projects and initiatives in no real order or priority that I was working on currently. Just, I think I was asked, what are your thoughts, or what kind of work projects are you envisioning? So I wouldn't see those necessarily as all being goals or objectives. I think some of them are initiatives, some of them are kind of discrete projects. But I thought where we had gone since that April 10th meeting was that Marcia had taken most of those broad themes and kind of distilled them into the evaluation form that then came back for a second or third reading. And that's what I had anticipated we were going to be affirming tonight, was that document, which kind of, again, brings a lot of those, or at least some of those projects, into a way to evaluate my work on them over the next 5 months. So I'm not sure how B keeps coming back, but I thought that had been kind of massaged into something else.
My recollection is that we talked about select board goals, town manager goals, and eventually developing an evaluation for the town manager to be done in September. At a meeting, I forget which one, it was about 2 meetings ago, Marcia said that she would come back to the next meeting and give us a list of, a distilled list of goals. And instead, what we got was an evaluation form. We didn't get a distilled list of goals. So that's where we made that kind of turn in the road away from the list of A, B, and C, which was earlier proposed as the way we were going to approach this topic. So that's how we got to this evaluation form. And I'm trying to bring us back to, there are things that this board needs to set as goals. And whether they're statutory or not, we need to keep those items in front of us. And the list of town manager goals are things that we would like to, projects, initiatives, whatever you'd like to call them, things that we need to make sure that are being accomplished during hopefully the coming year, or at least being worked on. So that's how we got to C and skipped over A and B. And so I'm trying to bring us back to A and B. Marcia?
I have to disagree with your recollection. Basically, what we had talked about was the impossibility of a huge array of things, and we agreed on that document that's been created, part 2. Those are the goals and objectives that we agreed, we as a select board and the town manager were heading toward in terms of the town's goals and performance objectives and objectives, right? And so to the extent that we're the legislative body and the town manager is the manager who has to make sure that all of this stuff happens, pursuant to the contract, which I can read again, we were supposed to, with the town manager, come up with those goals and objectives. So the list that I came back with was what we talked about in our meeting. We talked about not having the bandwidth to do more than 4 things. So all of the things that we talked about in those laundry lists were collapsed into those 4 things. Mary might have some light to shed from her perspective.
Mary, go ahead.
I think Pam is trying to sort out our process. And one thing that is abundantly clear, we have very limited time. We should use our time very wisely. I think we've sorted out the, the goals for the town manager. That it will also be goals where we have to provide oversight. I do think that there is some wiggle room to take a limited look at policies. For instance, I'd like to look at the gift policy. And also, I think we could give thought to the green procurement team. This will come up later in the meeting, but I think a very good point was made by our police chief that had to do with evolving technologies, that we have an urgency to adapt green technology, but it is emerging as we speak. And if it's not, he's making a point about smaller organizations, and with the practical example of police cars, where the electrical systems are what make it green, and the electrical systems don't always work. So for us as a small community to, be the ones that bear the brunt of that, rather than larger fleets, which could have 1 or 2, or a few green vehicles, but then have a, sort of the steady backup of non-green vehicles that we know works. There's a kind of a scaling kind of aspect to that. And I'm not sure if we set up a green procurement team with citizens, I think you're going to find the more fervent ones, rightly want to have as much green technology as possible. But we also have to think of the practical aspects of what is really ready in the marketplace for us to rely on for the jobs we have to do. So there's kind of a scaling perspective, and we'd have to frame what happens with that committee really carefully so that we don't fall into a trap. I think maybe Brennan was alluding to that we don't fall into a trap where we're so fervent about trying to get something in that's green that we overlook the practicality of it, the functionality of the equipment that we are looking at. So, I think we can pick 1 or 2 things like green procurement team, at least to talk about that sort of thing, maybe 1 or 2 policies. Other than that, I would stick to the what we have on the town manager evaluation. There'll be plenty of other stuff that's going to come across the bows that we have to deal with. So even though we did, I understand where Pam is coming from by trying to follow a rational process, but also it's so apparent after working here for a while that we have very limited time and we should use it wisely.
Well, on the topic of the green procurement team, if you read the Article 36 task force, which is on the town website, it talks about citizen participation in helping research the technologies that are out there and available and making recommendations to the board and to the town manager for ways that we can buy more climate-friendly equipment and technology, which is one of the goals of Article 36, right? And that passed overwhelmingly. So I would say that, if we talk to some of the Article 36 task force members, they would probably love to get involved on that. And it's strictly making recommendations. They won't be doing any purchasing. They won't be doing any procurement. That is the job of the town manager, but certainly having some interested and knowledgeable residents helping with the process was one of their recommendations. And I think it's a good one, and I have been in favor of it for a while. Marcia?
I think we're straying from the agenda. That's kind of a substantive discussion that I think, we can have later in terms of what a green procurement team, if it was created, would do and how it, would function, and
Which is why I have it as one of our goals.
Well,
Whether we want to accept that as one of our goals or not is what we're supposed to be discussing here tonight, not what would they do, but that, I guess that's important for people to understand why I see it as an important goal, is
So-
that they would be researching this technology and helping make some of these decisions that we're going to have to make going forward. Mary?
I think it could be a goal. I think the charge for the committee would have to be written very carefully. Also, that I don't think it should be merely, or I don't think it should be restricted to citizens. I think it should include people who have to actually use the equipment, like the DPW or the police, because they
Right,
have
but-
to actually, I'm just saying that the way, if we do take this up, the way that it's structured is going to be very important. Because I'd hate to have citizens put in the time to research what sounds really great on paper, but when put into reality of a town trying to get its work done, fails to meet the standard. So I think we could take it, but I think it would just need to be structured carefully.
Right. And so my question is this something that we would leave on this list of goals for the select board? Is this something that we would be interested in potentially pursuing during the coming year? That's the only reason it's here. It's not to try to suss out what would be in the charge for this committee. Mary?
I think we could take this one up. It's of great interest to the voters, but I think we just have to tread carefully on how we do it. And I have a personal interest also in a limited policy review of the gift policy. I'd be willing to, take an initial stab at that.
Okay.
Those are my two things, but
Okay, Marcia?
yeah, I think I'd like to have a discussion about greenness. One of the things, if you look at other towns, some of them have much more sophisticated sort of work, which shouldn't be anything that, I don't want to detract from what the town manager does, but I think it's a bigger discussion. So it's not just about procurement. But I would be willing to go with green discussions. And then I agree with Mary, we need to get to the gift policy because that's always a problem. And I think that the financial policy in general is woefully out of date. Things like, if we don't get people to bid on things, what do we do then? We've seen that play out more than once. So I think that policy, the gift policy, and green something for discussion would be good goals for the year.
Okay.
Remainder of the year.
Okay, thank you. Well, I guess I would like to move this along because we do have, the other part of this to get to tonight, and I'm trying to keep us within an hour on this entire discussion. So I would ask if anyone would like to make a motion about accepting this list as it's presented here tonight.
Pam, can I ask a question?
Certainly.
So when you say this list, are you now referring just to the select board goals or this list that's included the kind of brainstorming synopsis I presented on April 10th, because I'm not comfortable with that piece of it being adopted without some further discussion. I am, after looking at this for 2 meetings, okay, from my standpoint is the other side, the other piece of the agreement, with what has been created there in the document for the evaluation, which again, in my mind, was where all of these specific and unique projects had landed. So I guess I would ask, if you're going to do this, to separate these out and maybe vote the select board goals, but taking out this section that you had created with the town manager goals and objectives that I had talked about on April 10th.
I think when I started this conversation, I said we were going to talk about 4A, which were the select board goals. So
Okay.
my intent is that we're strictly talking here about the list for the select board at this point.
Okay.
Marcia,
Thanks
you
for the
wanted to make a
clarification.
comment?
Yeah. So I wouldn't approve that list of 9. I think Mary and I have both sort of expressed an interest in 3 things. And those 3 things would be what I would vote on.
So I guess I need to be refreshed on what you're referring to. You don't want to fill,
2 policies, one being the financial policy and the other being the gift policy. And green, I don't know what to call it because I'm uncomfortable with procurement. Green advisory, I don't know. Green advisory team.
and those are the only 3 goals that you want to have for the year for the select board? Those 3
No.
things?
What I said to begin with was some of these are not goals, they're statutory requirements. So I don't see, we don't vote on every statutory requirement that we have as a board or for this town. This is manageable things that the select board could reasonably do before next March.
So I guess what my intent here is to just keep a list of things that we want to work on, to keep in front of us as goals or initiatives or objectives or whatever title you want to put on them. Just keep that list in front of us as things that we are committed to working on as a board. Accepting this list is not violating any statute. It's not committing us to having to do this, or there's some, bad outcome. It's just, I would like to see us commit to the things that we are going to work together on as a board. Marcia?
Again, those are not goals and objectives. Those are things that, some of those are things that we have to do. And you kept up the list that I started putting on the end of the agenda, which kind of has that in your face, this is what we're kind of doing at the moment thing. So that kind of ticks your box that you're talking about for keeping stuff front and center. If you're talking about what we want to accomplish this year, to really hone in and say, we're going to get this done, I think it's wise to say, these 3 things are reasonable and we can accomplish them.
Okay, would you like to make a motion?
Mary wants to say something.
Oh, the other thing is that Marcia and I have expressed that we're interested in these, and of course, we would vote on whether the select board agrees, but it could be that Pam, you and Priscilla have other, policies that you want to review. There could be, you could expand the list a little bit. I'm inclined to keep it to the 3 because I think that's reasonable. And also they would be, they'd be areas that I think I can work on and I'm interested in working on. But I wouldn't do all 9. I don't think it's possible.
There's actually 23 policies on the town website.
Yeah, I don't think it's
And that doesn't-
possible
and
to
that-
review all the policies, okay?
That's right. That's right. There are 23 policies on the website, and then there's the fraud policy that is not in that list, but it is on the website somewhere. I'm not sure where it resides.
It
And
resides- I think. Blake,
after the,
it resides, I'm sorry, in the, I believe in the master financial policies. It's included in that.
okay, well, after the BEC scam, this board committed to doing an annual review of the fraud policy, and it's not been done.
Well, all I'm saying is that we have a bunch of members. And
Right.
I don't think we can all do everything. It could be that there's an initial review and then somebody brings it to a meeting with their thoughts and gives the high points of what they think and people review it, but I just think we have to limit it, so.
Okay. So what do we want to set as our goals for the coming year? Would someone like to make a motion?
Let's see. Now, Marcia, when you're talking about the financial policy, were you just talking about the single bid situation,
Yeah, the purchasing policy.
purchasing policy? Okay.
Brent, I'd like to find out if Brennan thinks that that's the most important financial policy that's, troublesome.
I think the entire master financial policy should be reviewed, but there may be some that are more immediate needs than others. But I think the entire financial policy needs to be reviewed.
I agree, but I
Brennan?
think it's a monumental task.
Right.
Yeah,
Brennan?
so I guess my thoughts are that, the procurement piece of that policy is one we come up against, regularly on a very regular basis. So I think it would be nice to try to refresh that and update it to kind of keep up with the times here. And I will also just comment that I know Barry, as the finance director, has been working through, the financial policy in her work and is trying to carve out things that she thinks are out of date or things that we would want to adjust. So I think again, I don't imagine this would be done in a vacuum without staff assistance, but I think she will have some very useful insights for what she sees in her financial professional capacity as things we need to look at, revise, edit, remove, whatever that might be.
Mary?
I also think that, if we do have review of the green procurement team or get input from it, that it seems to me that, possibly what comes out of that could inform the purchasing policy. In other words, there'd be a subset in there, perhaps.
Right.
I think that makes
Well,
sense to me because it's about purchasing. But
I really feel like we're getting into the weeds here, and I'd like to take us back out to a little bit larger view of things and just talk about what do we want as a goal. If we want to just review policies and we can select a list at a later date, prioritize them, fine. But, we need to make a decision here and stop getting down into the granularity of what policies and who would be involved and blah, blah, blah. I just want us to agree on where we headed. Big picture. Mary?
okay, maybe I'll try to move something and see if it works. Let's see. I move to, oh my goodness, how am I going to put this? I move that the select board review and or create a charge for a green procurement team and review the gift policy and purchasing policy and any other policies that and other policies as needed. I don't know if that does it. I don't think that's very good, but
Friendly amendment,
yeah, maybe you could put it better.
or maybe at the end and other policies recommended by our financial office and town manager.
Oh, that's good. Okay. See if I can remember this.
I think I got it.
Could you read it back?
You move that the select board review, sorry.
Review
And
and,
review and or create a green procurement team and review the gift and procurement policies and other policies as recommended by our finance office and town manager.
okay. Do you second, is somebody gonna second it?
Second,
We can always
Okay,
add
any
on
fur-
things later too.
right, if we have more
If we
bandwidth,
have a lot of time, we can add things on.
like that'll happen.
Well,
Well,
We can
it
hope.
does say another policy, so there may be additions later in the year.
Yes.
Okay, so we have a motion, we have a second. Is there any other discussion? All right, I'll call the vote. Mary, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Marcia,
Yes,
Priscilla,
Yes.
and I'm a yes.
Okay, good.
All right. And then 4B is town manager goals. I am hearing that we don't want to have a separate list for these. We want them all incorporated as part of the annual performance evaluation form. So I guess we would not deal with 4B. We'll move on to 4C.
Okay,
Are there any comments on that?
I'd just like to move it if that's okay.
Um,
Or do you want to?
Marcia, go ahead.
well, this doesn't, I mean, to the extent that I haven't looked at this point by point, but the four things that we've got in the contractually required document that's been prepared, which people are calling the evaluation, but is actually the goals for the town that the town manager is going to effectuate. That's kind of what this list is, right? And so I don't know why we're doing that when it's already in the other document.
Well, excuse me, is that why Pam said we'd sort of bypass B on the motion sheet, just go right to the town manager evaluation? Because aren't the lists embedded in the evaluation form?
Oh, I thought I thought she was talking about that third category on her memo.
I'm just looking at,
Right, the title of this document is Select Board and Town Manager Goals and Town Manager Annual Performance Evaluation. That's C, Town Manager Evaluation.
right.
All right, so that's
So I
not.
didn't,
So I
you
think,
confused it with your memo. So the third bolded section of your memo on page 2 is not what we're discussing. We're discussing the other document that I did.
right,
yes, that's what I said.
Okay, good.
So I do have a comment on this, if no one else has a comment. We're putting that aside, Priscilla, and we're going to Marcia's document.
My brain is not so good.
Does anyone have a comment before I?
I'd like to hear yours, Pam.
I'm still very concerned about goal 3, agreed to develop a structure to protect town management time for accomplishment of goals and performance objectives. Who exactly is developing this structure? Marcia?
Well, the whole point of this was that the town manager and the select board would be developing all of this. And so again, this isn't supposed to be the weed document. It's supposed to be the overview, and we can discuss how that's going to be effectuated.
I'm thoroughly confused by this. This looks like an evaluation form, and we're asking the town manager to accomplish these things, and then we will evaluate his performance, not ours.
Okay, I guess I'll just go back to the contract. The board and the employee shall define the goals and performance objectives which they determine necessary for the proper operation of the town and the attainment of the board's policy objectives, and shall further establish a relative priority among the various goals and objectives, and said goals and objectives shall be reduced to writing. Then it continues that they will be developed with good faith and all of that, and shall be reasonably attainable within the time limits specified within the annual operating and capital budgets, blah, blah, blah. So this document is not supposed to say, he's gonna pick up a pen and do this. It's, we expect him to be able to accomplish all these things, but as part of this, we understand that his time is what's going to be the key to success. And to that extent, and to the extent that we as the legislative body and his supervisor are trying to make sure that he has the time to do the work that we've asked him to do and he's agreed is important for the goals of the town, we, the board and the town manager, have to come up with some structure that we're going to say we will support him so so that he is not actually drowned in other stuff. And so it's not that we have minutely listed it here, but we have agreed that we're going to talk through that with him. Does Mary, I'm just wondering if you have the same.
So how would you evaluate that at the end? When we get to September to the evaluation, how are you going to evaluate that? What are you evaluating?
Well, if I can answer that one, or
Sure.
I would say that the way you evaluate that is that we all agree, the town manager gives us feedback about how he thinks, his time is being drained. We work on the handbook and say, okay, basically everybody and his brother can't just come to the town manager and say, we've got this great idea. You have to write this grant, you have to do this, etc. And at the end of the time, just like any employee in any organization, you say, so we gave you this structure and these things didn't get done. What happened? There's your evaluation.
We can't protect the town manager from the residents. They're going to call him, they're going to email him, they're going to ask for things. And there's no structure that we can develop that will protect him from that. That's part of the job. So I still don't understand this as a goal. That's just me. Mary, you wanted to, I'm sorry, Priscilla, go ahead.
I don't see why this is part of the evaluation at all about the town manager time. I mean, obviously Brennan will do what he needs to do, but and if there's going to be some structure, it's got to be something that we kind of work out together and maybe try to communicate to the town. I mean,
Good luck with that.
We don't say to people, you can't talk to the town manager, and we don't say to Brennan, well, you can't talk to these random people who come in. Maybe that isn't going to work. He wants to talk.
Mary, did you want to say something?
Brennan.
Well, I think that in past conversations that there are some means by which some of the time could be protected. I think it is important for Brennan to be, to be able to do his work. So part of it, I think, is to get that assistant to the assistant town manager position filled. There could be a filter as to, there could be frequently asked questions. We talked about that before, perhaps even on the website. There's got to be some ways to cut down on questions that come up over and over again without it making the town manager look unfriendly. So I think there's some concrete things that can be done. And also you could just check in with Brenna, like, how's it going? Are you able to get some work done, or did you have to answer 500 emails today? Just do a check-in. I don't think it's that hard to do. And I do think it's an important goal. Sort of our goal, I think, but.
Well, personally, I see it as micromanaging. Brennan is an adult, he's a professional, and he should be able to figure out how to manage his own time. But like I said, that's just how I see a manager working in their position. Brennan, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I have a recollection that we had a similar discussion at the last meeting, and I think maybe the solution here is to remove this piece from the evaluation of my performance, and maybe this goes into the greater select board town manager collaboration of how we manage the town's finite time and our goals are prioritized so that they get done. I think ultimately I'm not sure how I would be evaluated on this necessarily as far as my performance, where this might be more of a macro, how does the town of Norwich function better with again, limited finite time resources to get things done. So that, I guess I would just propose, if this was just removed from the document we're talking about and agreeing to, then maybe that makes it simpler for getting this done tonight.
I like that idea.
Thank you. I agree. I don't see it as a goal. I see it as one of your responsibilities to figure out how to manage your time. And we can't, like I said, we can't tell the residents that they can't call or email the town manager. The town manager has to decide if he's going to pick up the phone or if he's going to answer the email. And that's not something that we should interfere with. That's micromanagement. Marcia?
Yeah, I think it's fine if everybody wants to take this out, except that it's so important, it can't be lost someplace. And the reason I think it's important is because the town manager's time gets taken up by individual select board members, committee members, people in town. And what happens is, of course, the way people are, if they don't get an answer, or they don't get one as quickly as they want, or they don't get the answer that they do want, there's complaints. And then those complaints get fed back and people say, oh, well, the town manager isn't doing his job, which is why I felt, as part of our goal to have a successful town, which is making progress on all the things that we have agreed are important to do, we have to protect his time. So wherever you want to put this, I think it can't be forgotten. I don't see a problem putting it here, as long as it's understood that it's basically, we're going to provide a structure with the town manager, not telling him what to do, but understanding what he is doing and giving him that sort of protection, so that then if he's not using that protection and he's not getting his work done, that's the thing that you say, that was a problem at the time of evaluation. But put it where you want, as far as I'm concerned, just don't forget it, because we have to have some ground rules about who can ask what and what the town manager is going to be expected to do and how that's going to be read by the select board when time comes for evaluation.
Well, I have to respectfully disagree. As a professional, the town manager needs to figure out what he's going to spend his time on, and we evaluate him on quantifiable and qualitative goals and objectives. And if he's not meeting them because he's spending too much time dealing with phone calls or emails or whatever, then he needs to figure out how he's going to solve that problem. And if that's, you know, having the assistant town manager or getting an assistant in the office to work with both of them, I see that as the responsibility of the town manager. And I don't know how we would possibly structure something that would protect the town manager. That's the town manager's job, is to figure out how to put guardrails out there so that his time is spent effectively. Priscilla?
I would sort of second that. I mean, I think Brennan himself has said, why is this a part of the evaluation? No, this is something that Brennan is automatically going to do, and he'll figure out how to do it. And all we're interested in is, you know, is he getting the stuff done that he needs to do? He can figure out his time management. He knows how to do that. He's a big boy. You can do this, Brennan. You know that. I don't see why this is part of the evaluation at all. Yes, we need to be mindful of people's, you know, demands on his time, but you know, what's Miranda there for? Yeah, she can screen things.
Marcia?
I just want to say that having worked for a huge organization, if people aren't getting served and complaints go to the select board, I'm going to remind you all that as part of the evaluation, we have to keep in mind that whether or not we agreed to be part of the discussion. As Mary said, it's pretty easy to check in and have a dialogue as we're going along so that we understand. But I think we need to keep track of that and understand what's happening and try and protect him. And if complaints come to us, we have to own it that we said, over to you, Brennan.
Well, I would like to rely on Brennan to tell us if he has a problem that he'd like us to get involved with and help him solve it. Otherwise, I assume he will figure it out on the fly, probably. I see a hand up from Lily Truman. If none of the other select board members have a comment.
I think Mary and Brennan had comments.
I'd like to hear what
Mary?
Will has to say.
I guess I will just say I appreciate the recognition of what kind of happens day to day in a lot of cases where we do just kind of get pulled into crisis reactionary. How do we solve this problem here? And it sometimes takes us off track. So again, I think everybody on this board recognizes that, and I appreciate again that we're having the discussion here at this point, 5 months away from the evaluation. I think I am able to kind of prioritize and manage the office work and the time constraints that are put onto the position, and we'll talk about this maybe again in September and see where we are. I try to listen and talk to everybody that wants to talk to me, and I think that is a role and a duty of a town manager. So I just again we'll see how I can manage doing that, having an open door for the most part, and also prioritizing these kind of discrete projects that we've all, I think, agreed are the priorities. And that's going to help me, frankly, to have what we have in this evaluation forum and know that this is really what the select board would like me focusing the bulk of my efforts on.
Thank you, Brennan. I wholeheartedly agree. If there aren't any other comments, I'll call on Lily. Lily, would you like to go ahead?
Hi, thank you. I guess so. I'm coming at this as a school board member, and as a school board member, I sit on the Superintendent Evaluation Committee, and we meet every year to evaluate our superintendent. And we do that by going and interviewing his direct reports and a whole bunch of indirect reports that have interaction with him. So my understanding from what you've discussed is that you're looking at this sort of as a top-down evaluation, your interactions with Brennan and how he's fulfilled the goals that you're setting for him. But I'm wondering if you have plans to actually go and interview the department heads and the people that work with him.
Right. Well, I think last time we did do an evaluation that went out to the department heads, but the problem I had with that particular document was the select board and the department heads got the same list of questions, and some were for the select board and some were for department heads. So it was hard to answer all of the questions. But I think it is important to talk to his underlings and get some feedback on how it's going for them in working with our town manager. Priscilla?
And I would note that on this evaluation, this draft evaluation form, there's room for board and or employee comments, which to me implies that the evaluation process includes talking to the people who work for Brennan and getting their feedback too. I would certainly hope so. I assumed that was why that was there. But thank you, Lily.
Did you have
Can I
something
follow
else?
up?
Lily?
Yeah. I guess, so as part of the superintendent evaluation committee, we actually sit down with all of the direct reports. I think it's much less effective to get a written response. So I hope you'll take the time. And usually we only do 15 or 20-minute interviews, but the range of topics feed our questions. When we just ask 3 questions, we ask, what went well last year? What didn't go well last year? And what do you think goals should be for next year? And those open-ended questions, as opposed to, asking how did Brennan do with his disaster response, tends to promote conversation and allows you to have a much more organic and natural sort of evaluation.
Okay, all right, thank you. That's a great suggestion. Marcia?
So this document is written again to reflect what's required by the contract with the town manager. And so if you look at part 1, it's defined the select board is the board and the town manager is the employee. This is not how we're going to do the evaluation. This is the town's goals and objectives, which will be used when we get to the evaluation. I think the intent of the contract and certainly of this document was that there would be a separate discussion about the evaluation as we get closer to the time. This is just to sort of outline what are we going to be talking about.
Well, clearly you understand the document better than anyone else because you put it together, and the rest of us are struggling to get to the same point of understanding that you have, Marcia. So,
Pam, it's really not mine. It's the contract. All I did was say, this is what the contract says. Then everybody sat together and we all talked about the goals and objectives for the town, which is, the town manager and the select board agree. So that's all this is. And this version is the result of everybody's input.
but what's confusing here is you have evaluation above expectation, meets expectation, below expectation, board and or employee comments. So you structured this to look like an evaluation form, and yet you say it's not an evaluation form. And that is where the confusion lies, at least for me.
Let me try again. The it says that we're supposed to list, the contract says we're supposed to list any constraints, which is why I put anticipated constraints, if any. This is not supposed to be a document that just we sign and put away and pull it out later. We should all be sort of looking at this as we're working through the year. And we can put this on agendas and say, so, I'm thinking about goal number 1. And this thing has happened and that's a constraint. We should probably note that so that, this is a living organic document. That's all it is.
Can we get rid of the evaluation stuff down the side? That's
Well-
what's confusing me. You wrote this up as though it's an evaluation form, and yet you're telling me it's not an evaluation form. So why don't we just get rid of that verbiage and make it just a list of goals?
Because Roger wanted to have, we had a discussion and it was brought up, this was 2 meetings ago, that there should be some evaluation aspect because I didn't have that on the initial spreadsheet. I changed this. If you remember, Pam, you brought in the old 2006 form, and then Brennan gave me the 2012 form that the town actually uses for evaluation. And I sort of collapsed that evaluation that's currently being used with the contractual requirements that we have, and that's how I got to this document.
I think we're conflating two things here, and I said, starting out, that we could develop an evaluation form at a later date. And when this came out, I thought you were moving ahead with creating an evaluation form because it says that it's a performance evaluation and it has above expectation, meets expectation, below expectation on every single point. So if this is not an evaluation, then I think we should take out anything that refers to an evaluation and just make this a list of goals and leave it at that. And then if you want to work on developing an evaluation form based on this document at a later date, I would be very much in favor of that.
I would suggest that Mary may have something else to say, but I would suggest that we wait until Roger's back because I think there's a chasm here of understanding.
I would agree with that.
Yeah, Mary?
Erin,
I
you
think-
wanted to say something?
Yes, I think it's a workable form. I wouldn't see any harm in passing it tonight. I would delete the part about time management. We've gone over that a few times. Brennan is, also given input that he can handle that himself. I think this is fine. It adheres to what it says in the contract. As Brennan pointed out, we've got 5 months to go. I don't see any point in blowing this up now and waiting for Roger. I mean, in fact, I move to accept the 2024 Town Manager Annual Performance Evaluation Form with the deletion of the time management section.
Friendly amendment,
Okay,
part 2, goal number 3.
part 2, goal 3, and that's what that is, the time
Yeah.
management.
Yeah,
Part
I
2, goal number 3, okay.
I would second that.
I would like to offer a friendly amendment to get rid of the evaluation aspect of this that's on the right-hand side of every goal. I don't think this is the proper venue for that verbiage being on this document.
I would not accept that friendly amendment, although I hope I'm still your friend. But I won't accept the amendment.
This isn't about friendship, Mary. This is about getting a job done.
Oh, you're right.
Brennan?
So I was just going to add, if I may, that I think, again, we've been at this now for a month and a half. I think what is created here is the framework of an evaluation with all of the goals and objectives that have been talked about. I think I'm okay with this. Like, I think the misconception just from Priscilla that the employee, like if there was going to be employee interviews, that would be section 6, I don't think is correct though. I think that in the form that we use normally for an evaluation, there's an opportunity for the employee to write any comments that they want to. So if I didn't meet an expectation somewhere, I could explain why I thought I did or what the reasons were. That, again, I just want you to understand that I think that that employee comment section would be for me to write comments about my evaluation, not for others to write their thoughts about my evaluation. So again, if it helps, I'm okay with this form as is, and I think it would be nice to put this one behind us and start working on this stuff and not spend a whole lot more time on it.
Okay. Right. So Mary has made a motion. Marcia has seconded. Is there any further discussion?
If I can just summarize where I am.
Certainly.
I have no discomfort with having this as an evaluation form with the, above, meets, below, et cetera. Yes, I would like to take out this part 2, goal 3, that I think we're pretty much agree with about that. And if I understood what Brennan said correctly here on part 4, it would be employee comments, and that would be comments that Brennan wanted to make. Do I understand that correctly?
Yeah, in the forms that we use for every employee performance evaluation, there's a chance for them to write any comments after they've kind of been reviewed. So
Okay, so we
that,
take the S off. So instead of employees, which sounded like the people who work for you were commenting, this is just your.
I'm sorry, I missed an apostrophe.
Yeah.
Employees.
that explains it. Employee or employee -S is, I think, what we're talking about.
So if, anyway, so make it clear that that's one employee's comment, and that would be person being evaluated by this form, taking out the project town management time woofty-doofty, and otherwise leaving it as, I'm happy. Thank you, everybody,
Can we vote?
for doing all this that I didn't do.
Are there any other comments before we vote? Okay, Mary, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Marcia,
Yes?
Priscilla,
Yes.
and I'm a no.
Okay.
Okay. Number 5, committee appointments. Okay. Miranda posted a new list of openings, and we have 3 applicants tonight, 2 for the EC Fiber Governing Board alternate, and then 1 application for the Rec Council.
Oh, thank you. Didn't
so-
say.
Yeah, I had an email exchange with her and Brennan and Miranda and got some clarification. So I can share that when we get to it. Okay, EC Fiber Governing Board. Like I said, we have 2 applications here. Joshua Bohar is the first one, and I see Joshua is online. And so, Joshua, if you're here with us, would you like to introduce yourself and tell us anything that you'd like to share about your application and why you're interested in the position? You have to unmute yourself. Nope, still can't hear
Maybe
you.
your volume is down.
He doesn't appear to be unmuted.
He looks unmuted on mine.
He is unmuted, yeah. Nope, still can't hear you. Have you hit, on my PC, I hit F1 to turn on the sound. Have you turned on your sound on your computer?
Can he hear us, do you think? Can Joshua hear us?
I think he can.
We
Okay,
can't hear you.
So his sound is on. I think you probably have to turn your sound way up.
You could call us.
That's a good idea.
You have the phone number at the top of the agenda where you could call in. Okay.
Do you want to just like call my cell phone and I can put it on speaker or something? Or I could call your number. We're not having much luck here.
You can't see the phone.
Okay, Joshua, why don't you call my cell?
Why don't you
It's
call
80
if you call his cell, or it's on there, I think. Is that your number?
It's got to be a cell. Let me see if I can call that.
Thank you for your patience anyway.
9883.
If I may, so I'm seeing in the waiting room a 321 prefix number, which maybe he could just be allowed in through Zoom. If that was Joshua.
Okay, Joshua, I can hear you.
A little bit. Oop.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's distorted. It's very loud.
Mary, can you hear?
No, I can't.
Who-
Uh,
What are we doing right now?
Pam is on the cell phone with Joshua, but we're getting big echo. And
Right.
maybe,
All right. I just ended the call. Maybe, Marcia, if you did call him at that number that's on the application,
Okay,
it might be better for you to do that. And
it now. 298.
let's see if we can make this work.
If he called into the Zoom number and connected and I let him into the meeting, I think he would be able to talk to the Zoom audience via his phone.
Can you guys hear me now, guys?
Yes, yes, we can hear you. I don't know what you did, but it's working.
He's on my phone.
Oh, okay.
Ah.
Oh, all right.
Thank you.
Okay, so this says that you have already been serving as the alternate. I just looked in the town report and we apparently don't put that in the town report. But this says that you have filled out a 1-year partial term.
That was 3 years ago.
Okay, all right.
So EC Fiber still has me up on the board. That feedback is pretty tremendous. With that being said, I work in the industry, I'm actually overseeing the construction of 2 CUDs at the moment. And was looking to get back on and serve Norwich, and I live in kind of as a positive board member.
Joshua, Joshua, I think you need to turn the sound off on your computer and just work through your phone. Because we're getting an echo.
Yeah, I can do that and see if that helps with the feedback. I just won't be able to hear any of you right now. It's just,
Okay,
Can't
Yeah,
you
will
hear
you-
them through my phone? And what if you put your phone to your ear?
but,
Yeah,
okay. As I was saying, it's working with Irv and Bob about 3 years ago when I first moved to town. And have since been working with a lot of the CUDs in the state and just looking to promote Norwich and work as kind of an ambassador for EC Fiber.
okay. right, does anyone have any questions for Joshua?
I do.
Marcia?
I'm gonna try this. Joshua, can you hear me? Okay. So you said as to your current work and the potential conflict of interest question, you said that you're addressing this. What did you mean?
So I work for, this is really hard to talk with that feedback, but I work for GWI, who's recently acquired the ValleyNet. I don't work on that project in particular, but I work on other CUDs in the States, which are non-competitive to EC fiber. So originally, before that acquisition came along, it was a conflict of interest, whereas now it's not necessarily a conflict of interest with my company.
Thank you.
Priscilla?
Doesn't GWI own EC fiber? No? I thought I sent my bill.
Yeah, they bought ValleyNet.
But when I pay my bill, it goes to GWI.
I can tell them, Josh.
ValleyNet, GWI Vermont,
They handle
construction arms. The
GWI.
decision making is all still EC fiber, and EC fiber owns all the equipment.
They do all the management, construction, and
Maintenance,
maintenance.
network operation.
Over network that is owned by the entity EC Fiber, which is a communications union district.
Okay, are there any other questions for Joshua? Okay,
Just a quick one.
sure.
So Joshua, you were on EC Fiber as an alternate before. Were there, I understand, were there one or two alternates then?
Two.
And we can have two?
We have in the past.
Okay. I guess I didn't understand that. All right.
Isn't that, don't you remember that, Rob?
Yes, Rob is confirming that for us.
Yeah, comes in.
Yeah.
So do we have one seat open of the two
No.
now, or just
We have-
no alternates? So
I
we
think
need to fill alternate seats.
We have no alternate at this
Alternates.
time.
Oh, so we could do two.
Um,
Oh,
yeah,
It might be too many.
And so our list of open positions is not accurate. It should say 2 alternate seats are open. So, and we have 2 applicants, and Rob is here. So why don't we switch to chatting with Rob? And ask Joshua to hang in there with us for a moment. Hello.
stranger. Hello, stranger. Yeah.
What would you like to tell us about your
We
application?
don't already know.
Well, I've been serving for a number of years, and it's an important, the alternate doesn't have a direct role as a decision maker at EC Fiber, but alternates make up much of the volunteer workforce. So committees, subcommittees, so on. The alternates and the delegates, the governors, make up those committees and can accomplish whatever tasks are assigned to them. The important aspect of it, to me, is that it's a large organization with tens of millions of dollars of activity going on, and the management of those financial requirements is carried out by the Board of Governors. And it's having that history, that legacy of knowing how it's been developed and how it's run, and being able to step in if there's a need for an important vote or replacement of the governor is fairly important. So I think my position as alternate with my years of experience and diligent attendance of meetings is beneficial.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions for Rob?
Mary does.
Oh, I didn't see your hand, Mary. Go ahead.
No, I'm just excited about possibly having two alternates. You said there's enough work to do, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Two?
That-
So I'm
That's a
excited about
nice
that.
development.
Yes.
Marcia?
So, Rob, can you tell me, actually Joshua's had this experience too, but if, I assume that Norwich gets one vote, is it possible for the alternates to alternate if there's a chance for an alternate to vote? How does that work?
the only time there's a chance for an alternate to vote is if the governing board member is not present or not incapacitated in some way. With two alternates, it might move to a coin toss as to who would fill the seat.
So if you're both at the meeting, one of you would,
Yeah.
you would decide among yourselves that which one was going to be the one casting vote that on that issue. Okay, good.
And there are a number of towns that do have more than one alternate, and it hasn't been an issue so far. It's more been a benefit than in the unusual circumstance where two people couldn't attend a meeting, there's a third.
Okay. Joshua, you want to say something?
Yeah, I would, Rob, in that sense, that you take the A seat, and if we're both motion to the board, I would take the second alternate, letting you, I know you've been on board with the program for many years and have a lot of expertise on it. I'm offering general industry expertise with helping our community with EC Fiber and EC Fiber be successful. So I would happily be the second alternate to Rob's first position if voting would be necessary to have that go to Rob first. And if that is incapable, then to me.
Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, are there any other questions for either of the applicants? If not, I would accept a motion.
I move to appoint Rob Gear and Joshua Bohar to the EC Fiber Governing Board as alternates for a one-year term ending April 30th, 2025.
Okay,
Second,
thank you, Marcia. Thank you, Mary.
Welcome.
Okay, if there are no other comments, I'll call for a vote. Mary, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Marcia?
yes.
Priscilla?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. Okay, thank you. And thank you both
Thank you.
for serving.
Yeah.
See you on Zoom, Josh.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank
Rob,
you.
good seeing you.
Yes, yes, thank
Goodbye.
you. Okay, the next position is on the Rec Council, and it's for Kristen Fauci. She didn't put on here what she was applying for, but in email exchange with her, I learned that she is interested in reapplying for a 3-year position on the Rec Council. And unfortunately, she is not able to attend this evening because of a family commitment. So she has already served one, well, it says she's served 5+ years. I think she filled out part of a unexpired term and then another 3-year term. So I would ask, what is the board's pleasure?
I'd just like to move it. I think she's fine. You know, she's had experience, she's been involved. So,
Okay, so you're going to nominate or appoint Kristen Fauci to a 3-year term on the Rec Council? Is that?
Yeah.
And
yes,
that, and that would be expiring in 2027.
yes. So I move to appoint Kristen Fauci to the Recreation Council for a 3-year term ending April 30th, 2027.
I'll
Okay,
second.
thank you, Priscilla. Thank you, Mary. Okay, if there are no comments, I'll call for the vote. Oh,
Just a quick
Marcia?
comment. Yeah, just a quick comment. I understand, in general, people try to be here, and I don't want people to think that this is like a laxing of our preferences, that we really do want to see people, but as Mary said, she has demonstrated commitment for a period of time, so I do
Right,
want
and she
people
did, she did reach out to us and explain that she was very interested in the position, but because of a family conflict this evening, she couldn't attend. I'm not sure if anyone is here to speak on her behalf. I don't see any hands raised, but I think it's important, particularly if it's somebody new that we've never met and have not appointed to anything, that we definitely have those people come and introduce themselves and tell us a little about themselves and why they're interested. But someone who's reapplying, I think it's a little more perfunctory. Okay, so Mary, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Marcia,
yes.
Priscilla,
Yes.
and I'm a yes. Okay, thank you. Okay. Where's my agenda? Here we go. The next thing on the schedule or the agenda is the fee schedule review for July 1st. Brennan and Miranda and I chatted about this a little bit in our agenda setting meeting, and Brennan suggested that perhaps the Solid Waste Committee would be a good committee to work on the first version of redoing this fee schedule. I don't see anyone from the committee on tonight. But Brennan was suggesting that perhaps if we did this tonight and communicated to the Solid Waste Committee that we would like their input in coming up with some recommended changes to the fee schedule, they would have about a month to work on this and come back to us at our June 12 meeting. So what, Mary?
I think it's a very good idea. We should just do this.
Okay. All right, any other comments? Marcia?
Just wondering, presumably Brennan has an idea that the Solid Waste Committee would be willing to do this? No?
No?
I, I
I
have not had that conversation with anyone on the Solid Waste Committee, although I think they are fairly engaged and would probably welcome, ability to have some say here as to the rates that are going on. The other missing piece right now is that we are awaiting what I assume will be another addendum with Casella, which would be picking up where the last addendum ended, which I think was at the end of March. So we're about a month and a week overdue. And I have communicated a couple times with the regional representative and asked them to get us any updated rates. If there's going to be an increase, that would be something we'd want to know as we work on our own rates. I will also say that Barry, as our finance director, has looked into this in the past. I think we actually talked about it briefly back in November when we were doing the budgeting work. So there is some data that we have collected here over the years as to kind of how much the town has been subsidizing the cost of the fee. The fee is much less than the actual cost of the town. So that might be something that the Solid Waste Committee could bring back as a recommendation for how much they suggest we would continue to kind of subsidize the ratepayer.
Mary?
So if we do some research and come up with some figures that make sense, what's the timetable for putting them into place? I mean, would people use the transfer station be expecting increases, for instance, on July 1st?
Are you asking me
think-
that?
Yeah.
I think that's our
That's
our
That's our
fiscal
timeline.
year, and so it would make sense to have it take effect on July 1, which is why I said come back to us on June 12 on our motion sheet, because I think that I recall there was a year that the fees were so high that they were sent back for another round of working through to see if there were other ways of the town subsidizing these fees so that we didn't have big increases. So that was my suggestion. Come back to the June 12 meeting, and then if we needed another meeting, we'd have June 26 if we needed to slide to another meeting to get them approved. Brennan?
I was just going to comment that I mean, I think setting the fee to start at the beginning of the fiscal year is maybe possible, although there is not a whole lot of time there. You know, the effective date of those new fees might be something we would want to consider pushing out just to be able to educate the users of the transfer station that they're going to see this, because I can envision people getting there not knowing anything has changed and being upset that there's been an increase, and taking that out on the staff as far as being frustrated. So I think it would behoove the town to, you know, just be thoughtful as to when these would take effect, even though, again, I think it does make sense to start the new rate on a fiscal year start date. And then again, maybe it takes effect 3 months or 2 months later after there's been some public education.
Well, I think putting them on the website would be a first start, because I made a comment about a year ago that I went to renew stickers for 2 vehicles and found out that it was not 30 plus 10, it was 35 plus 35. And that schedule is not up on the website. And I've mentioned that 2 or 3 times. So that's part of the education, is if people go to the website to look at the fees, it should be the current fees. Mary, you had a comment?
Yeah, I think, well, I patronize the transfer station, and I believe that if there has been, we have to renew the stickers usually in July, I believe. So,
Yes.
so I think rate increases, it makes sense that they would, I don't think you have to hold off too much on that. And also that the town has subsidized it. It's one of their departments, like recreation. We used to, I think, be able to defray the costs because you could make a little more money on recycling. But then, you know, China, I think, uses to sort it anymore. So it is more costly for us to run it. But I wouldn't hold off too much. You know, it's just, I mean, if it has to go up, and there's, I wouldn't condone any, you know, bad behavior towards staff, but it's sort of like, well, if you do it right away, then people might get disgruntled, but they also might get disgruntled 2 months later. You know, it might be the same disgruntlement, just at a later time frame. So I don't know.
Delayed disgruntlement, perhaps.
Yeah.
Marcia, go ahead.
Might be too much to ask, but I'm wondering if there's any miraculous way that we could address the auditor's concerns about keeping track of those fees.
I think that's something that we definitely should do. And Brennan made a suggestion probably a year ago that in Rutland that they only take checks. And I think if we are going to consider how to solve that problem, that might be our only way of doing it. Unless we want to say you can use your card and that you use for the trash bags, you could use that as a form of payment. And they would just check off on your green card, you know, $5, and they fill in an X on that block. But I would prefer going to check and just put up a no cash policy. Marcia?
I would just say that having children in their 30s, they don't really understand the concept of checks. So I think there's a
I know
problem.
my daughter orders My daughter orders checks to be sent from her bank to whoever she has to pay. Yeah. Well, that's why we could also do the green card and you could use that as a form of payment. Brennan?
I was just going to add, I think that's a bigger, longer discussion that needs to happen, but I don't think that's going to be before the end of the fiscal year here. So I think if we looked at the rate update and made that a priority, and then if we want to take another look, or maybe the solid waste committee would be interested in trying to come up with a solution to the cash. And I again add that the audit report that was filed, and when the auditor spoke with us about that, they have the concern anytime cash is being handled, whether that's at the transfer station, whether that's in the clerk's office. Cash is to an auditor a chance that there could be a fraudulent activity. And there is no indication that that has occurred here at the transfer station. I just want to reiterate that for folks. So again, we have a finding there that's recurred. If we don't change the fact that we use cash, it'll probably recur again. But I think we just have to be realistic that it's just an auditor's, that's their job, is to call out potential fraudulent process or vulnerable process. And that's why that's been called out twice. It doesn't necessarily mean that we have to do this or adjust it immediately or address it. We just have to recognize that they've called it out in the audit. Thanks.
Priscilla?
As part of the education campaign, I'd like to propose the very simple idea of making signs. I mean, like just run them off on the computer and sticking them on the trash containers, where we dump the recycling or the cardboard or the glass or those little bulletin board, to warn people, as of, because they put up little signs that say you have to get a new ticket as of, June 30th, and say, and the rate is going to be, if we know what it is.
Well, I don't think we can charge one rate in July and then say that
In
rate
August. No, we
changes
can't.
in August.
No, that's assuming that we have the rate figured out by July.
I think we have to figure it
Yeah.
out by July. It either changes or it stays the same for the whole year.
Yes, no, I'm just saying, instead of expecting people like me who never go to websites to go to the website and be warned, have a signs at the dump. So I realize, oh, it's going to cost more.
Well, this is the first year that I had entertained having 2 cars with stickers. And so I went to the website to see how much should I write my check out for? Fortunately, I didn't write my check out in advance. I just took my checkbook in and asked, how much do I need to pay for 2 decals? But I learned that what was on the website was not what was on the sheet that the transfer station had. So I would like to see this done for July 1.
May I
If we
make a
can
motion?
possibly pull that off. Yes.
Okay, I move to authorize the Solid Waste Committee to work with town staff to develop a revised transfer station fee schedule effective July 1, 2024, and to bring the proposed changes back to the Select Board on June 12th, 2024 for consideration and possible adoption.
I'll second.
All right. Thank you. All right, is there any further discussion? Marcia?
So what happens if it doesn't happen? We've authorized them,
Well-
authorized them to work together, and that's all we're doing.
Right, we're asking them to try to come back to
Okay.
us by June 12th. We've got June 26th as a possible slippage date if we need it.
Okay.
All right, any other questions or discussion? Okay, I'll ask for the vote now. Mary, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Marcia?
Yes,
Priscilla?
Yes,
And I'm a yes. Thank you. Okay, fair and impartial policing policy. And I see the chief is still here with us.
Huh?
And I see he's in Florida.
Chief
On
has
the
gone
beach?
tropical on us here.
he wishes.
You're muted.
Okay,
To be
Brennan,
honest,
you want to, Brennan, do
I've-
you want to introduce this topic and then we'll go to the chief?
I'll let the chief take it from here. I think, again, there was a memo in the packet that I believe pretty succinctly explains what's happened here recently, but he'll be able to better speak to it.
Okay. Well, we've all seen what he presented, so I guess I would ask the chief if he would just tell us if there are any particular highlights or things that he feels he should clarify for us.
Well, good evening. Thank you for including this on the agenda. I think it's just a thought process, and it may actually carry over to some of the things you were discussing earlier tonight with things like the gift policy and things like that. Is that we have a term in law enforcement, R&D. In some company, we call it research and development, and in others, we call it rip off and duplicate. If there's an easy policy out there that we can go get that complies with all the statutes and everything like that, it's a lot easier to use that than it is to go generate one on our own. In this particular case, we are being mandated to adopt one, to adopt this particular policy. And the concern I would have, and the reason I asked for board action on this is the only thing worse than not having a policy is having conflicting policies. And we are statutorily required to adopt the new fair and impartial policing policy as adopted by the Criminal Justice Council. And if there is a conflicting policy in force within the town, it could lead to confusion and it could get us jammed up if we are challenged on it.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone have any questions for the chief? Mary?
I think it's probably a technical question. Could you explain the distinction between probable cause and reasonable suspicion?
Oh boy. So we generally deal with three levels of knowledge in law enforcement, and reasonable suspicion is the lowest level that we would deal with, and that is when we're it's the balancing test, when we reasonably suspect that a crime has been committed. That's generally the standard that's applied to making a traffic stop, for instance, is reasonable suspicion. Probable cause is the higher level. It's what's required to make an arrest, required to get a search warrant or to get an arrest warrant. And that's where, and I hate to use the term to define itself, but you have probable cause to believe someone has committed a crime and what that crime may be. There's a couple of other levels of proof at work. You have clear and convincing evidence, and you have beyond a reasonable doubt. Those are generally when we look at the trial portion of an offense. So basically, the reasonable suspicion is a lower standard than probable cause. Probable cause is pretty high.
Okay, thank you.
Marcia, you had a question or comment?
Yeah. I have a lot I could say about it, but I'll try and stick to the highlights. Basically, when you say that you're mandated statutorily or just by the Vermont Criminal Justice Council?
The legislature, and I will be glad to provide you the act. I'm not sure I have it just right here at my fingertips, but the legislature required the Criminal Justice Council to develop and adopt a updated policy. Then they required that law enforcement agencies within Vermont adopt that policy. This is not the first one that the legislature has done like that. As a matter of fact, it's somewhat of a point of contention for a number of chiefs. There's right now about 120 pages of mandated policy documents that, quite frankly, are tough to process, even for those of us who have been at this a long time. And it is devastatingly difficult to teach to new officers that don't have a frame of reference for these things. So we're really struggling right now with legislative mandates in the form of mandated policies like this. But I guess in answer to the unasked question, if we declined, they phrased this one very well. If we decline to adopt this policy as a law enforcement agency, we are deemed to have adopted it anyway. Yeah, tell me about it. I'm sorry, that is, I let my feelings come out there for a minute. And then until we adopt it, we are prohibited from using the services of the police academy and the criminal justice council.
This
Pretty
seems
good.
very wrong.
They really backed us into a corner on this one.
Marcia, go ahead.
There's just so many things in this document that are concerning, like the SSN is not intended to be a personal identifier. And the references to immigration statuses are pretty concerning. It talks about civil immigration enforcement. The director of DHS, Mayorkas's memorandum of September 2021, talks about that in terms of apprehension and removal. And that's not something that state agencies can do. So I'm very concerned about that. And then page 7, it talks about advising. I mean, I worked in this field and nobody should be doing that advising. So I have some real problems with this. Understanding, I don't know how an officer in this state without special training would understand some of the stamps that appear on a passport and whether or not a person was lawfully admitted or they weren't. They're mixtures of letters and numbers, and if you're not trained, you're not going to know what that means. So I think I have trouble with this, and I guess I mean, obviously we want to use the academy, and this seems a bit like a force that doesn't seem actually right. So I'd like to know how many other agencies are really approving it, and I'd actually liked our council to sort of give us some advice about this, because I think it's a minefield.
So
Having said that, if I can just finish, I think that
I'm sorry.
I agree with you that I looked at the other policy and I think that's a problem too. I wouldn't have any problem with repealing that one, but I'm not sure I'm comfortable with this one at all.
So you called something out on page 7, and I flipped over to this. I was just wondering if you could repeat that, and I'll see if I can.
Yeah, it talks about sometimes advising people that they could maybe be eligible for a U, a T, or an S.
So what that refers to, there's and I agree with you. No, those of us in local law enforcement and even state law enforcement, I couldn't tell you the difference between those visas or what they apply for. But I believe the point of that paragraph is that when we are dealing with a victim or a witness to a criminal act, that we assure them that their status of documentation or not, or how they're in the country, is not at play in that interaction, and that there are ways that we actually will help them ensure they are able to stay within the country and prevented from being removed while they are participating in the investigation and prosecution of that criminal act. And I guess the point of that is, if we have we want to break down the barriers of people reporting crimes when they happen. You know, we don't want a person to think about their immigration status if they've just been robbed or assaulted. You could compare this to the immunity statute for someone calling 911 in an overdose event. That person is immune from just about anything because we want to break down those barriers of people calling us for help. And I think that's what that paragraph goes to.
Yeah, I get that. You know, U is a victim of criminal activity, T is a victim of human trafficking, S is a witness or informant. But how would you actually get them help? You'd have to refer them to an immigration attorney. And we're not in that business.
So and I've actually been involved in this before on more than one occasion, and we don't. We victims advocates do for us. We make sure that they're connected with victim advocacy, and you know, we make sure that they understand, hey, this is an issue that this person needs some help with. This sort of goes back to the swarm intelligence model, where I don't have all the answers. None of us do, but we have a pathway to go to get that person the answer to what they need.
Thank you.
Are you comfortable with this document?
I think when, you know, we watched this document we watched the sausage get made over the last, I don't know, 6 months, a year. And I guess the old adage, if everyone walks away from the table not exactly happy, we probably struck a good chord. I don't think anybody that truly came to the table got everything they wanted out of the cumulative process. I have a lot of hangups, but not necessarily with this document specifically. I have lingering hangups from, if I have to be told how to police fair and impartially, then I'm not in the right business. And that this document and the fair and impartial policing workspace has been sucked up by the immigration discussion. And I would prefer us to, you know, be honest about what we're talking about. And if we need an immigration policy, fine, we have this immigration policy. We have a fair and impartial policing policy, and the fair and impartial policing policy, if I had my way, could fit on one page. Hey, treat everybody right. Do your job, treat people right.
Golden rule. Yeah.
Mary, go ahead.
I have, I don't know, it's probably just a simple question, but just in reading this, I'm imagining that local law enforcement, state police, they make a traffic stop and someone might have illegal status, but they're not going to ask about it. And they're not going to turn a person over to one of the federal agencies. But I mean, I sort of had this thought in my mind, well, okay, there's a traffic stop. What if the feds are kind of watching it when the people drive away? Can the federal agencies just sort of swoop in and grab somebody? You know what I mean?
They
Like,
can't,
yeah.
if
Yeah.
they have reason to in their
At their reasonable suspicion or their probable cause. So it could play out like that, which was just sort of an ugly thought, but yeah.
You know, it's interesting though. And I you know, having been at this for 23 years now in the law enforcement space, I've gotten a chance to watch the pendulum go kind of a couple of times. And another chief and I were having a discussion about this, and the foundation of the discussion was our frustration because, you know, trying to keep officers up to date on these policies that have become highly technical in nature. And I mean, there's a policy coming out. There's a model policy coming out that's over 42 pages dealing with arresting people for assaulting a healthcare worker. It shouldn't be that hard, but it is what it is. The challenge that I think we're seeing, though, with the pendulum swings is, this chief was telling me that he watched a person of Asian descent get off of a bus in a town in Vermont in February when it was about 15 degrees below zero. And he was in short sleeves and pants, no jacket, not carrying anything else. And that chief, and this was, of course, well before he was the chief, he was an officer. He had a discussion with that person. And because of the whole totality of the circumstances, another one of those fun terms, was able to discern that that was a victim of human trafficking.
Oh, wow.
And that's the conversations we're not having anymore. And I just think in some cases we're getting off track because we have so much of this top-down pressure, and the state, being what it is using the process to mandate so many things, and it's tough.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments or questions for the chief? Priscilla?
You asked, I think, Mary, and I've lost the answer if there was one, and it's to Chief Romeo. Do you want us to approve this? Are you comfortable with us doing this?
Well, so the ask is to repeal the existing adopted ordinance. The town adopted this fair and impartial policing ordinance, the one that is on the webpage. They adopted, the select board adopted it in April 8th of 2020. And it's adopted as a personnel policy. And my ask is that you repeal that, simply because I don't want to adopt a policy that has a conflicting policy within the town ordinances. And I don't see a way of us not adopting the policy as developed by the Criminal Justice Council.
Okay. Okay.
Boxed in.
Right, Marcia, go ahead.
Chief, I have no problem with repealing the other one, as I said. It's got problems. But I'm wondering if it's worth just having a conversation with our council about this. I don't know that they have any immigration experience per se, but I'm sure they could spot some issues. But I just would feel a little bit better because you're agreeing to do certain things. And I'm not, I just think whenever we do that, especially when you're talking about this, and a lot of it is, it's federal law.
Well, and I think one of the big points of contention in the development of this policy was that the third, I'm going to mess the federal statutes up, but the twin federal statutes that basically prohibit an agency or organization from prohibiting conversations or exchange of information with federal immigration authorities. That was, I guess, one of the big points of contention within the development of the policy. I don't have any angst about where it fell. I can tell you, up front and honest, we do not have the bandwidth to even approach the idea of thinking about immigration law. We just don't have it. I don't know of any reasonable local agency that does. That is squarely a federal problem. Even though we're a border state, I don't want anything to do with it. But what I don't want to have happen is to have an HSI or a border patrol agent or someone else in that space not back up one of my officers or me if we're in trouble. I mean, I'll just remind you, the first person that actually went in and did much of anything in Uvalde was a Customs and Border Patrol agent. And we really have an obligation to maintain good relationships with our federal, state, and local law enforcement agencies, no matter who they work for. And anything that really drives a wedge between that, I would be in general opposition to. This policy, as it was developed by the Criminal Justice Council, removed a lot of those barriers. It reminds us that we're not here to enforce federal civil immigration law, but it leaves open the avenues if we really need help, that we can reach out to them and get it. I'll give you a perfect example. There is one law enforcement helicopter that I can call right now, and I'll have them over the town of Norwich in about 30 minutes. And that's Customs and Border Patrol. And I don't want anything that ever gets in the way of that. I hope we don't need it, but I got to insure us against that bad day.
Okay, from what I read of the chief's cover letter, he has already implemented this policy because he's been mandated to live under the policy. So if there's no other discussion or questions, I would entertain a motion.
I move to,
Marcia?
I'll do it. Or you want to do it, Marcia?
Well, no, I was just gonna suggest that, first of all, I'm not comfortable with this policy, and I think CBP would have to come and help us no matter what. But I think that, the second clause is unnecessary, and we could just stop with, repealing the first one.
That's true, because he's already has to do it anyway.
Right.
Okay, so we can strike that part. Shall I move it?
And as far as I'm concerned,
Okay, I
Yes,
move,
go ahead.
I move to repeal the fair and impartial policing policy adopted by the Norwich Selectboard on April 8th, 2020.
I would second that, but I would also say that Brennan had his hand up.
No, I think I just was going to ask Matt, obviously repealing the existing policy is our purview. Do you need to have the select board or the town adopt your policy in order to have the benefits of being able to use the police academy and the other kind of state benefit there? Or as long as you have adopted that within the police department, is that are you eligible, I guess?
I think it would actually be preferable to have that as a departmentally adopted and I guess enrolled policy. The reason I say that is exactly what we're faced with here, where we have this change happening, and we need to be nimble, especially in the event of new case law or those changes. There's currently a disagreement in the circuit courts right now about I think it's 1373 and 16. I can't remember the two federal statutes that are referenced by the policy, and those may end up in the Supreme Court, and we don't want to. I don't want to be faced with in a couple of years coming back and saying, "Hey, that policy that I asked you to adopt? Yeah, we got to change it again." It's better in these law enforcement policies to leave them at the lowest level possible so that we can react to changes in case law and changes in state and federal mandates.
Thanks, Matt.
Okay, so we have a motion made by Mary, seconded by Marcia. Are there any other comments or questions?
And can we just confirm again, Mary, what it is?
I move to repeal the fair and impartial policing policy adopted by the Norwich Selectboard on April 8th, 2020.
Okay, if everyone's comfortable with that, I'll call for a vote. Mary, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Marcia?
Yes?
Priscilla?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. Okay,
Thank you.
the next item on the agenda is again with the chief, and it's a request to lease 2 vehicles, if I read this correctly. So Chief, do you want to explain to us what you're proposing here?
Sure, thank you. As you'll recall in the budget development for the FY25 budget, we tossed around lease versus purchase on our next police vehicles. We did not acquire a vehicle in FY24. So I have, we actually planned for a lease of 2 vehicles. There's a budget line item in our FY25 budget that we put $27,000 into. That was the expected cost of the lease for 2 vehicles. I've outlined pretty extensively in a memo and a supplemental document kind of the status of our fleet and the process we came to in recommending what we're asking for, which is actually 2 pickup trucks. And just to give you a 30,000-foot view of how we got there, it's really hard to get vehicles right now. We are sort of on the worst end of that equation because our fleet is so small. The traditional police car that you see out on the road, most of the Vermont State Police frontline vehicles are what we call Ford Interceptors. The 24 model year of the Ford Interceptor they were taking no new orders, period, full stop. Our neighbors to the north in Thetford have been, I think, 3 ordering cycles, and their orders have been canceled for those vehicles. Ford has had quite the devastating supply chain problem. So last year when we developed the budget, we shifted gears and started looking at Chevrolet products. A number of departments around us, Hanover, Lebanon, Hartford, the state police have Chevy Tahoes. They are a long-serving police vehicle. It's the old Ford versus Chevy argument, right? They're still police cars. Then the UAW went on strike, and those vehicles, while they could be ordered, it'd probably be early 25 before we saw them. We would not see them probably until late winter, maybe early spring 25. So then we started shifting gears again to look around to see what else was out there, and Ford and Chevy are both making pickup trucks. The Chevy version is subject to the same supply chain problems as the Chevy Tahoes. So we went back and we looked at the Ford F-150 Responders. They are a police-rated pickup truck, which means they have the heavy-duty brakes and suspension and transmissions, etc. So that's where we landed. Fuel mileage, and this kind of comes back to a conversation earlier tonight. We were talking about green purchasing. That still is very much important to us. I still am in the same space as I was last year, that I don't think we're quite ready for the EVs. Our 2020 hybrid is still spending a lot of time in the shop. and the amount of repairs and whatnot that have gone into it are pretty significant. And we don't actually know how much they are because a lot of it was under warranty, but I suspect that Ford has probably spent several thousands of dollars on that vehicle just in warranty. So we are looking at what's called an EcoBoost engine, which is one of the most efficient gas engines that Ford makes. And that's kind of where we landed. I'm certainly open to questions. The Ford responder, the F-150 responder, we think we would have it on the road sometime in July.
Marcia? So I'm a little confused because I saw 3 quotes. So, and we're talking about a lease and a purchase or just 2 leases? But which quote, first of all?
So the let me just flip over to the quote page here, which is that grid. We received 3 quotes, and the quotes are the, what you see under the base model. McGovern is also known as MHQ. They were a dealer out of Massachusetts, and that's the best deal that we were able to find. It's about $270 over Vermont state bid. But McGee is, it's challenging going with a state bid dealer because they're going to fill the large fleets first. Where McGovern is, they sell to, I think the last number I saw was around 35 departments in Vermont. So they're very close. And honestly, I think they make up that $270 in some of the upfitting. So we would look to lease both vehicles from McGovern, and it's through Ford Credit from McGovern.
So both of the F-150s?
Yes, ma'am.
One marked, one unmarked?
Correct.
Okay. Not the police interceptor utility with equipment?
Correct.
Okay. Got it.
Any other questions?
Yeah,
Mary?
so if it is a lease, I noticed that the total price of both is $143,286.95. But if we're going into a lease and you're thinking of a 5-year placement,
Yes,
is that right?
Yes,
Okay, so as far as what we're authorizing, would it be the initial amount of the lease, like the installment for the first year? I'm just wondering on our motion sheet what we're actually authorizing here.
So I think I would ask you to authorize a lease payment not to exceed $35,000, just
Okay.
rounding a little bit. I may come back. We're looking deeply into this repair and maintenance program that Ford offers. That we could get all of our bumper to bumper repair and maintenance with the exception of tires and glass for about $4,200 per vehicle. So we're doing some cost benefit analysis on that right now. We don't have to make a decision on that until delivery, which will be in July. So we have 27,000 in that line item. I would propose that you pull the other 8,000, which I don't think is going to be necessary, out of the police cruiser fund, which is well equipped to absorb that.
So it's a police cruiser fund. We have a number for that?
Fund 11.
That's 11.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
the 27,000 was from another fund, right? Correct?
It's not a restricted fund. It's a line item in the budget, and it
It's a
hasn't
line
been
item.
done yet.
Okay. All right.
I didn't hear that answer.
I'm sorry. It's a line item in the budget, and I don't have a line number for it yet.
Okay.
Are there any other questions? If not, I have a few. The Ford F-150 Responder, is that a crew cab pickup?
It is.
And what is the length of the lease that you're proposing?
It's a 5-year.
Okay. And what's the total cost over the life of the lease?
The
It is in there, I think that,
right. Let me
No,
just-
there's a purchase amount. If
Okay.
total purchase for the two vehicles fully outfitted is 143, 286, 9.
yeah. I found it
95.
here. Yeah,
And what I'm seeing is the cost of leasing over 5 years is $21,018.80 over the cost of the purchase. I thought we were looking at leasing as a means of possibly saving money, so I'm wondering why we would approve leasing when it's cheaper to purchase.
I think it's always going to be cheaper to purchase. I think one of the strategies with this was to spread out some of the sticker shock to allow the updating in the capital plan to catch up. Our input into the cruiser fund is only $35,000 a year, and just to buy a vehicle, we would be over twice that.
The other
So-
thing I'm looking at is your fleet forecast. It looks like we currently have 6 vehicles in service, and you're looking at going to 7 when we have a police force of 4. So why would we have 6 or 7 vehicles for 4 officers?
So right now we have 4 vehicles in service. Which
And we
is
have two officers currently on staff.
2 full-time and 1 part-time.
And do we have a part-time person who actually takes a vehicle home? Or do they
No,
just
not
come
normal?
in? Okay.
They use
Do,
it when
do
they're-
you or the sergeant take a vehicle home?
We both take vehicles home.
Okay. All right, so only full-time officers are taking a vehicle home so that they, if they're needed on call, they can respond in a cruiser. Okay, so that would be 4, possibly 5 vehicles.
So we're
when we're
one
fully staffed.
heavy. Yes, ma'am. The idea is we would have that extra vehicle. I mean, again, things go down. Unfortunately, we bang into things every now and again. The 2017, I'll tell you, we are at the tipping point on the 2017 where it's going to start costing us a lot more money to keep running. So I'm really wanting to put it on the road this next fiscal year.
Okay. I noticed that you said you're having trouble disposing of the 2013. You're talking about keeping the 2017 in service for another year.
I would dispose of it next fiscal year in fiscal 25.
Okay. The Ford Interceptor hybrid is out of service because of electrical issues. Is that, what are you proposing to replace with these 2 vehicles that you've
So
got
the-
here for?
So the 2 vehicles coming in would replace the 17 once they got in, and the 2020 is back in service. The hybrid, it's back in service as of Monday. I'm sorry, Monday. And so we're watching it to make sure that it's stable, and once we're comfortable that it's stable, we'll look at disposing of the 17.
Okay, so you're asking for 2 vehicles, so you would be adding to the fleet if you're only getting rid of 1?
Correct. At that point, we would have, if we got rid of the 17, we added the 2 F-150s in fiscal 25, then we would be at 3 marked and 2 unmarked, including the RAV.
What are the unmarked used for?
So I currently drive the RAV, and it's a little over 40,000 miles. I would sideline it and use it for training and administrative functions. We send an officer out of town to training that we don't want to send a marked car on, those type of things. I'll be upfront with you. The RAV is a horrible police vehicle. It does not have enough weight to hold the road in bad weather, in the snow. So it was a challenge over the winter. Just trying
You
to
realize-
balance those issues.
You realize that this was recommended to us by a former police chief.
Yes, ma'am. Who hails from Great Britain, where it's a different
Snow.
melody.
Okay, well, I'm still struggling with why we would go with the lease and spend $21,000 more over the life of the leasing.
You could
opposed
also, there is a zero cost buyout. You could, in the next fiscal year, if you chose to, you could fund the rest of it and buy them out if that was your choice. We were just looking at a way to get that 17 off the road, to get our fleet back on this kind of buying one a year roll, so that we don't have vehicles that are 8, 9, 10 years old and rusting to death in the parking lot.
Any other questions, Marcia?
So basically, you'd be sticking within the budget for this year, and we could talk at budget time about whether or not we wanted to budget for a buyout and try and save some money. But
But we would be locked into a 5-year lease. So we either stay with the 5-year lease or we buy it out.
yeah, he was talking about buying it out. But it begs the question too, things happen to these cars, right? So what's the likelihood of them sort of being functional at 5 years?
Well, this was one of the reasons that we looked at the service and maintenance plan to match the lease, so that really we get into the cycle, and it's not just the actual vehicles themselves. It's the radar guns and the electrical equipment and the emergency lights, and all of those things take a beating in police service. So we really, I want to try to get us to where we're 5 or 6 years on a car, and then we put them on the road where we can recoup some value out of them. And we're not, faced with what we're faced with the 13.
Okay. Thank you.
Mary?
I'm still a little confused. So of requesting $35,000 tonight, but would that be a lease payment for 1 or 2?
That would be a lease payment for 2.
Okay, thank you. That's
And we don't pay that until well into fiscal 25.
okay. And that would enable you to put in the order so you can try your luck in the supply chain lottery.
The upside as well, and I know I don't want you to get sidelined with the marked and unmarked. The unmarked vehicle would be fully police serviceable, where the RAV is currently not. We can't, it just doesn't really work for police use, where the unmarked F-150 will.
So if we authorize getting 2 vehicles, are you proposing getting rid of the RAV4?
I would
Because
not
it's
get
not-
rid of the RAV4 immediately. I would get rid of the 17 Interceptor later on in fiscal 25.
I have another comment, Madam Chair.
Certainly, go ahead.
I do think that our community values its police department, and, you know, it's costly to have a fleet that's actually functional. But I think it's a very rational process to put it on a 5-year cycle and to slowly improve the quality of the fleet. You know, we did have an incident quite a few years ago where a couple of them burned, which I don't know if it's ever been solved why. Some people said spontaneous combustion, which is silly, but it threw out the whole replacement schedule. I think, you know, the 2 were possibly replaced by insurance, but then you had 2 out of sync and they just sort of got forgotten. And then pretty soon, really many of them were not serviceable. So I think this is a very rational process that the chief has put before us. And I think we should go for it.
Thank you. I have one other question, and that is, you know, we currently have 2 full-time, 1 part-time people on duty. And I'm just wondering how your recruitment process is progressing. Are you getting any good prospects?
Well, since I was in front of you last, we've added a crossing guard and a part-time officer, and we're working hard. I will put this out there that I will take any suggestions, because you know, when I talk to other chiefs, we're all suffering in the recruiting game. And it's a tough market. But I think part of it, and actually the fleet discussion comes into it. You know, I shared an ad a while back for police officers in the state of Vermont. I shared it with Brendan. While I am glad that we have a contract and a new pay scale and all of that, that certainly helps in the recruiting. When you looked at that ad, it was the 13th thing down the line that it was, you know, collective bargaining agreement, competitive wages. It was everything else that is leading to successful recruiting efforts right now in public safety. It's the environment, it's the support of the town, of the community, of the town government, of the select board, of the schools, of the kids. It's training, it's being able to send folks out for high quality, well thought out training. It's being supportive in gear and equipment. And I think we're putting that whole puzzle together nicely right now. I really do. There are challenges. You know, Lebanon Police Department has a $30,000 signing bonus. And that is shocking to me. But that's what we're competing against. So we've really got to have this pretty package. And, you know, you know, our new part-time officer, Spencer Fouché, he says, man, I really like being here. And, you know, that word is now starting to get around that, hey, Norwich is a decent place to work. Maybe we should give the chief a call. And if anybody's out there watching, my number's well attainable. But you know, we've got to build this environment that is conducive to people coming to work, because the whole CBA and you know, pay and benefits, those just have to be there. You know, that's that underlying foundation, and then, you know, we start building this good place to work on top.
My concern is that we will have far more vehicles than we'll have people to drive them. So just wanting to know that the recruitment is going to keep up with the vehicle acquisition so that we have people to drive them. Brendan, you wanted to say something?
I was just going to comment that I think the updated, you know, fleet that the chief is proposing here is a help in that recruitment, right? So they show up and they're looking at the rusted 2013 there in the corner of the parking lot. That's not a great omen. And showing up and seeing 2024 updated brand new police pickup trucks is going to help our image there. And I'm very I guess I'm very optimistic that with Chief Romei now in the full-time role and the CBA agreement behind us, we're going to have some success there in trying to recruit for the full-time patrol officers.
Okay, well, hopefully we'll find somebody to drive them. It was the 2013, the one that sat in the parking lot all winter covered in snow.
Yes,
Yeah,
ma'am.
it did. Wasn't a good look. Okay, is there any other discussion? Any other questions? Would someone like to make a motion? I left this open because I wasn't sure where we were going to land on a final decision. So we have to fill in the blanks.
I'll try it. I move to authorize the town manager to issue a purchase order in amount not to exceed $35,000 from Fund Number 11 Police Cruiser Fund for the lease of 2 Ford F-150 responders.
Friendly amendment, wasn't there also a line item that was unnumbered?
Right, it's a line item for leasing vehicles.
Yeah.
Okay,
So it's from the leasing vehicles line item and Fund 11.
okay. I will accept that.
I'll second it.
Okay, so it's for leasing 2 Ford F-150 responders. Okay, motion by Mary, second by Marcia. All right. Any other questions or discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask for the vote. Mary, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Marcia?
Yes.
Priscilla?
Yes.
Reluctantly, I will vote yes. I worry about having more vehicles than we have officers.
So maybe it's the chicken and the eggs, Pam.
It really is. And, it's like putting the cart before the horse. We're going to have a lot of carts and we need to find some horses. Okay, all right. We have
Thank you.
finished with that line item. Thank you, Chief.
Madam Chair, may we have a
Yes.
break at some point?
I think this is a good time for a break, Mary. Thank you. How about we come back at 9:10?
All right.
Recording stopped.
Okay, it is 9:10. Are we back?
I believe so.
Recording in progress.
Yeah, I guess we're back.
Okay, Good, all right. Moving right along, we have 3 liquor license applications, so we need to recess the select board and reconvene as the local liquor control commission. So would someone like to make a motion?
I move to
I
read,
move,
oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
here, I move to recess the meeting of the select board for the purpose of executing the duties of the local liquor control commission under authority of 7 BSA paragraph 167 et sec.
I'll second.
Thank you. Okay. All right, Mary, how do you vote?
What about yes?
Marcia?
She muted?
I think, yeah, she's
Yeah.
muted.
Sorry, I was coughing. Yes.
Oh.
Priscilla?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. Okay. All right. So the first application is from Leo Fombert for first-class restaurant bar license. Would someone like to make a motion?
Here, I'll move. I move to approve the first-class restaurant/bar license application number 42994 for Le Fond Vert LLC, doing business as the Carpenter and Main Restaurant.
I'll second.
All right, thank you. Mary, how do you vote?
Vote yes.
Marcia?
Yes.
Priscilla?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. Okay, the next one is also from Le Fond Vert.
I have a question first. Okay. There's this thing on here that says local control payment status false. What on earth is that? I imagine we don't care, but.
Right, it's on all of them.
I know.
Lily explained it at a previous meeting, but I
Okay, so
forgot.
it makes sense. We just don't know what it is.
Right.
Okay.
All right, so this one is for outside consumption permit. Would someone like to make a motion?
I move to approve the outside consumption license application number 42991 for Le Fond Vert LLC, doing business as the Carpenter and Main Restaurant.
I'll second.
There, thank you. All right, Mary, how do you vote?
Vote yes.
Marcia?
Yes.
Priscilla?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. Okay, and the last one is for a third-class restaurant bar license for Le Bon Vert.
I move to approve the third-class restaurant/bar license application number 42992 for Le Fond Vert LLC, doing business as the Carpenter and Main Restaurant.
I'll second.
Thank you. Mary, how do you vote?
Vote yes.
Marcia?
Yes.
Priscilla?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. Okay, great, thank
I
you.
move to close the Norwich Liquor Commission session and reconvene the select board meeting.
A second.
Okay. It's 9:13.
We
need to
didn't vote. We didn't have to
Right.
vote.
Mary, how do you vote?
Vote yes.
Marcia?
Yes.
Priscilla?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. Okay, we are reconvened as the select board. Okay, next item is the select board handbook. First read. Since Marcia, you put this together, do you want to give us a little synopsis of what you've done here?
Yeah. So the document is taking shape in terms of kind of 3 parts. And the first part is sort of the substantive meat of the thing, which is basically a recitation, which I'll get into, of laws and stuff. And then the second part is devoted to each individual group. I'll call them group because sometimes they're commissions, committees, boards. And then the last section is like a summary table. For purpose of the meat and discussion, meat and potatoes discussion, I've only included the first 6 pages. And essentially, it recites that we're all limited in our authority by Dillon's rule, which says that, basically, if you don't find it in statute, or it isn't necessarily implied by statute, we can't do it. So that means, among other things, that the select board has the statutory authority to appoint some mandatory positions, which are pretty few, as well as some optional positions, which are sort of surprising. And also, we could do temporary, as we have done in the past, or new committees or commissions, as we've done in the past. And also to remove statutorily some appointments if those groups are not complying with the law. I haven't found any statutory power for appointed groups to change their own membership. Beyond appointment, every group has to follow the law. For example, every body must abide by the so-called open meeting law as it's written. But in Norwich's case, as you know, we're also subject to an agreement which addresses how Norwich will operate when the open meeting law is otherwise silent. In other words, we will do more than statute requires as to open meeting law because we agreed to do that. So what the first few pages of this document that you have in your hands are intended to do is spell out what the statutory requirements are, and based on that, set the ground rules and make it clear that the select board appoints parent groups, for lack of a better, a shorthand way of describing it. Then what I've said is, and we can discuss this, parent groups are free to select from their membership to create any number of subgroups or subcommittees. That's always been the case. But parent groups must provide information about the subgroup, what their charge is, their membership term, etc., and oversee that subgroup's work to ensure that there's compliance with their charge, with the law, and with town policy. That they should receive the subgroup work and take any necessary action on it, and report to the select board as required by the existing policy that was adopted in 2018. And I will give a nod to Stephen Hepburn, who sent me this policy. But that policy, if you've read it, needs to be amended, specifically at least as to the exception mentioned for the town manager. That's the third paragraph. That could no longer stand given the agreement that we have signed under the Katuki case. So in essence, that's what this is about, and it's for your discussion.
Okay, does anybody have any questions or comments? Mary, go ahead.
I am, I guess, concerned about the subcommittee section where it says subgroups such as subcommittees may be established by the parent body so long as the members are chosen from the existing parent group members. I think that's too restrictive. I just think it's an effort at kind of top-down management by the select board. I think there's a lot of value in spreading a little bit sideways, especially at the bottom, to draw people in, to perhaps do a limited amount of work for a board or commission, either to get their feet wet or because they have specific expertise or they can't serve as a full-time member of a committee or commission. So to me, it's too restrictive. That whole, the section, that part of the sentence that I just read, and also I'm wondering about any subcommittee or subgroups created by a parent group shall be current members of the parent group with unexpired terms. Also, that one kind of bothers me. So, to the point where I probably wouldn't vote for this, just saying.
Okay, thank you. Marcia?
So I think if you can find it in statute that committees can appoint members and change their membership, then I would agree with you. I can't find it in statute. And Dillon's law rule tells us that we have to be able to find it in statute, or it has to be, where's the language again? I read it earlier. And the response, I would say, or the solution to that is, it isn't a restriction. In fact, why couldn't a committee come to us and say, or I'm going to call them subgroups or whatever, not subgroups. The child group, subgroup, subcommittee. No, I'm not doing it right. I'm tired. The committees, boards, commissions, why can't they come to the select board and say, we need new members, and so we want to appoint these people? I think that's the solution. It's not us saying you can't do it, but I don't see in statute a way that people just expand their committees if it's the select board that's supposed to make those appointments. And I know it's a fine distinction, but it does seem to be following Dylan's rule. And beyond that, there's no limitation about, if a committee, a commission, a board, a committee says, we need more people to do X, I can't see why the select board would say, no, you don't. But by us appointing appointing those people, it seems to comply with the law. And it also, to me, we've been sued already. If we're not if there isn't that top-down structure so that we're saying, all right, everybody has to follow this, not only the law, but they have to follow this agreement. We're still waiting for some attorney advice about how to do that. How are we going to make sure that people who are appointed that we don't even know about are following that advice? So I just think Dylan's rule doesn't allow for committees to make their own appointments.
I think didn't your language say they are allowed to make their own appointments as long as they are from members who are in good standing, right? You're saying
Right.
within, for instance, the planning commission, some work generally on planning topics and some work on pieces of it. So of the commissions and committees that we have, let's say we go along your reasoning, do we have enough capacity? Let's say that the planning commission needed 12 people to do its work. Do we have that capacity? Or is it limited to 9 or 6?
No, if you read the statute, and I know there's a lot here, but the statute says that there is a section where it says it's up to 9, but then there's another section where it says the select board can make it more.
That's for the planning commission.
For
And
the
what
planning
about,
commission.
what about the conservation commission? Specific language of that?
I don't see any. Let me just check again here.
We have 5 subcommittees currently. One may not be active. Under the Conservation Commission, there's the Milk Fry Nature Area Subcommittee. I don't know if they are active. The last posted minutes in 2023. The Trails Subcommittee. Then under the Planning Commission, we have the Affordable Housing Subcommittee, the Land Use Subcommittee, and the Solar Siting Subcommittee. And the Planning Commission has expressed some interest in adding a capital planning subcommittee. So I would wonder how we would deal with these long-standing committees like the Trails Committee and the Affordable Housing Subcommittee if we're going to change our policy. I did reach out to VLCT and ask for an opinion through the Municipal Assistance Center, and they basically said that a public body can create a subcommittee out of a subset of its own members on its own unless the select board has instructed otherwise. So we can have a policy that allows them to reach out into the community at large and find other members for their subcommittee, but it needs to be a policy of this board.
But didn't you just say that didn't you say that the select board can approve what?
A public body can create a subcommittee out of a subset of its members on its own unless the select board has instructed otherwise.
Right. So that says the public body can create a subcommittee out of its members. It doesn't say they can appoint new members that the select board hasn't appointed.
Unless the select board has instructed otherwise.
Isn't that clause clarifying that they could make a subcommittee out of their own members unless the board says you can't?
Can you read it again?
No.
This is getting confusing.
A public body can create a subcommittee out of a subset of its members on its own,
Agreed.
unless the select board has instructed otherwise.
Unless the select board has instructed that they can't make a subcommittee on their own.
Well, you're putting words on the page that are not there.
No, read that clause again slowly.
A public body can create a subcommittee out of a subset of its members on its own, which is
And
what your
put a
policy
period.
says.
Right? Put a period there. And then,
There is no, it's a comma,
I know, I'm
unless-
trying to get to the,
unless the select board has instructed otherwise. So that tells me that this select board can set a policy that would allow members of the community at large to be appointed to subcommittees if that is the way we want to operate. There's no law that would prohibit these committees reaching out into the community and asking members of the community at large to serve on a subcommittee. And as we know, subcommittees do not make decisions. They make recommendations back to the main committee.
Pam, I'd like you to ask them to clarify, but it seems to me that that second clause is qualifying the first clause, which means they can appoint from their own committee to make a subcommittee unless the select board has said they can't.
Well, you can read words into that if you'd like to, but I don't.
No, I'm not, but you know.
Unless the select board has instructed otherwise. So
Yeah.
what does otherwise mean? It means we can deviate from that first part, which says that they can only select members from the parent group. And we can instruct otherwise. So we can say, yes, you can, or no, you can't.
The construction of
But-
that sentence to me is different from what it is to you. So I think it's very simple to just ask the VLTC what they meant, because it's a very different outcome. But I think.
I did ask for more clarification. I'm still waiting for a response.
Okay, so I think it'd be interesting to hear that, because I think that you have it backwards. But that be that as it may be, I think that the keys to this, quandary are in our pocket. All we have to do is say, committees, come to us and tell us that you want to appoint more people. Here they are, and then we just bless them.
But that would be expanding the size of the committee, and I'm not sure we want to do that every time they want to have a subcommittee to investigate and research a particular topic.
Why?
If they have to have members from their own body, then we have to appoint more members to that body so that they can incorporate those people on the subcommittee. And maybe they don't want to be on the committee, they only want to be on the subcommittee.
Then if it's that important, we could actually create that subcommittee as a separate committee. Like, I think that at one point, the Affordable Housing Committee was its own committee, and it's an important enough thing. Maybe it really should be.
Priscilla?
I don't do well with legalese, so I'm just trying to think practically, and I'm thinking specifically about the Planning Commission, which has a tremendous amount of varied work in front of us. And I think that they're more likely to have people be willing to do some of that work if they know it's a more limited engagement. Because if I'm a full member of the Planning Commission, I would expect that I should go to all the Planning Commission meetings and then my subcommittee meetings. But if I have a particular area of expertise and I can just focus on that, and then that committee is going to recommend to the Planning Commission. I mean, I get the impression we could have 20 people on the planning commission, except I don't think that's allowed. If we had enough people to do all the things and people were interested, I don't think we're fostering a climate of people pitching in if we're making it too onerous for them. I think limited engagements are a nice way for people to put their toes into the pool of volunteerism. It's a terrible metaphor, but I just think it's very cumbersome for us to think that as the select board that we are so totally top down. I mean, I'd like to think that we're representative from the ground up. So I guess I have a major difference in philosophy.
Marcia?
I think the top down comes from Dylan's rule. We have to be dealing with statute. Now, the statute says notwithstanding, you guys have to think a little outside the box here. The statute says notwithstanding subsection A, and this is under the planning commission, for an appointed planning commission, which is what we've got, the legislative body may change the number of members that may be appointed to the commission. Now, there's no rule in statute that let me see, I'm just checking. The length of the term of the planning commission members shall be determined by the legislative body. So what is to stop us from saying the planning commission needs to have X committee and X committee members only need to have a term this long? And so we appoint them for that. And furthermore, their charge is limited to just this. They don't have to come to all the planning commission meetings. The point is that we understand that the appointments are supposed to be by the select board, that committees don't make their own appointments and expand themselves. It's pretty clear in these statutes about the planning commission, the legislative body appoints. So I think I'm not comfortable until, maybe even our attorneys tell us, sure, the planning commission can just decide who they want to appoint and do it. And how under Dylan's rule and this particular statute that talks over and over about the legislative body making appointments, how are we complying with the law?
Well, that's one of the reasons why I put this in as a first read, because I think there's still some issues that we need to work through before we can finalize this. I see Jan has come on to the meeting here, and I have a question for Jan, and that is, can you tell us how many people are working on subcommittees that are not part of the planning commission that have been appointed by the select board? Do you know?
As it stands now, I think the one that has the most participation, official members, what I would call members, would be the Affordable Housing Subcommittee. The Solar Siting Subcommittee, for example, has 3 planning commission members. We have a group of people that come to every single meeting and participate. They have not been appointed by the planning commission as members. They are participants. So really the Affordable Housing Subcommittee has some number on them because Jeff Goodrich is the only planning commission member on that subcommittee. And so, but I would like to make some comments to this conversation, Madam Chair, when I get a chance.
Okay, if there's no objection, I would ask you to make those comments now.
Okay, thank you. So first of all, I totally support the goal of the handbook to build, to give better visibility into the roles and relationships and who are the committees and what do they do. It's a wonderful thing to do. I think that this draft has some pretty significant problems. I mean, it reads as intimidating and legalistic. I think both Mary and Priscilla made very good comments. It reads as select board, top down, very discouraging of participation by the average townsperson. It makes it sound like you're going to have to get permission to volunteer for the town. And I think that's very much the wrong message we want to give. reporting policy that you incorporate in from 2018 is just redundant. I mean, to say that we're going to require quarterly reports from these commissions and then expressly say that it can't be the minutes, when the minutes are the perfect tool for keeping groups up to date with what we're doing. I'm supposed to write a separate quarterly report when we do minutes at every meeting. And things like that just really give the wrong feel about the select board's relationship to the rest of town government. And then specifically to the subcommittees, I have very strong objection to the statement that every member of every subcommittee has to be appointed by the select board, that the planning commission cannot manage its own subcommittees. And to the statutory question, I would point to 4325, duties and powers of the subcommittee of the planning commission, 4323, number 13 in 4325 says specifically, the planning commission has the power to make its own rules and perform such acts and functions and adopt rules as it may deem necessary or appropriate to fulfill its duties. Now, the planning commission's central duty is to write a municipal town plan and to get participation from town residents so we have a good town plan. Now, the planning commission sets up subcommittees to help do its duties, and we have clear statutory authorization to set up those subcommittees. And we are going to follow the subcommittee policy that we have adopted in several meetings ago, because it allows us to do our duties as we are enabled to by statute. So I would support what Mary and Priscilla said about the tone of the document, and I would hope that you can let the Planning Commission get on with doing its work. Thank you.
Marcia?
So when I'm really sad, Jan, that you are taking this this response, because this document is not a top-down select board document. This is actually, Dylan's rule says us, select board, you, everybody can only do what the statute allows. And I'm not sure that you've cited anything here that says that the planning commission is allowed to actually appoint members. Nobody's saying that you don't have the power to make your own rules. Nobody's saying that you don't have the power to make your own actions, etc. But taking actions are different than appointing people. And I would suggest that you ask yourself, when the select board appoints you to a position, is that somehow chilling? I don't think so. It's actually giving you the power to exercise the authority that, in the case of the Conservation Commission and the Planning Commission, is provided by statute. All that this is doing is looking at, this is what Dylan's rule says. And I think at this point, reasonable minds apparently are differing, and I would like to hear from, our council about whether they think that committees, and we can't just say, oh, the Planning Commission has this right, but all the other people don't. Do all the committees in town have the right or the authority under statute to make the size of their bodies larger? Why does that make logical sense? If the select board is allowed, we may appoint people to create certain committees, and we shall appoint people for other committees. Why does it make sense that the legislature would suddenly say, but once they're done, they can do whatever they want and increase the size of their bodies as they want? In fact, it says the opposite as to the Planning Commission. It says that the legislative body can expand it, not the Planning Commission. So I think you should see this not as any attempt at top down, simply an attempt to make people understand You've really got to look at the statutes for everything that you do. And that this body, I believe, and probably future bodies are going to be supportive of giving you what you need. So if you came to us and said, we want 43 members in our planning commission, 10 of them are going to have a 6-month appointment, 4 of them are going to have a 2-year appointment, whatever. I don't think that you'd get much pushback at all. But it's the naming of people that Dillon's law seems to require the select board to do. And remember also that there's a provision that we can remove people specifically.
It is, yeah, Ed, yes, there's plenty of verbiage in this policy about removing people. I'm not arguing with the policy per se, that I'm saying the tone of the policy, as made 2 of your members say it right off the bat, the tone of the policy sounds very discouraging of public participation. I'm saying that's what it feels like when read. And I'm shocked that the select board would want to spend so much time appointing every member. If we needed 40 members of different subcommittees, that the select board thinks that's the best use of their time is shocking to me. And I would point out that the Planning Commission is different than the Conservation Commission. We have specific statutory roles and responsibilities, and we're not the same as the other committees.
Oh, but the conservation does have statutory responsibilities. They do.
I understand.
All right, I'm going to take control of the meeting.
Thank you.
This is getting into a back and forth and it's not productive. So I'm going to take back control of the meeting. I saw Mary put her hand up. Mary, would you like to make a comment?
Yeah, I just think beyond who's appointed to do what, there's also the matter of coherence, like thinking about the overall charge of the Planning Commission or the Conservation Commission or whatever committee. So it's what they're charged to do. And it's also the reporting on that, which is so important through the open meeting law. And I'm wondering if that needs to be balanced against the appointment process. And also thinking about our appointment process, we've had wonderful people step up, but it's not like we're recruiting for a football team or something where we need a linebacker and a wide receiver and all that. People show up who want to help. It's a lot more organic, I think, than thinking that you're putting together a gigantic town team, with all these roles always apparent, and also all the result of what research they do is going to be apparent. I think it's, I just don't think it's really possible to control it to that extent. And I do think we do want people to participate. We'd like to have, a simple, coherent structure so that people know what the results are and that it's consistent with the values of the town. But I don't think we want to micromanage either. So I don't know how we'll work it out. But, yes, we are a Dillon state, but we also need to use a little common sense, I think, about what's going to work.
Right, and part of that common sense is if you expand the Planning Commission or any committee to a body of 43, then you need a quorum of 22 to conduct a meeting, and trying to find a night once a month that 22 people are free to come and participate is probably not reasonable expectation. So, and the other thing we have to think about is we have 5 committees. 4, I believe, are active. 1 may be inactive. And we have to decide, are we going to grandfather them in? Are we going to disband them and make them, come back to the select board and regroup? So I think this is something that needs more work, more thought. And I reached out to the VLCT Municipal Assistance Center because I am not in favor of going to the town attorney for an opinion on this. I think we can get whatever we need through our membership with VLCT. And like I said, I'm waiting for a response to my second question for clarification. Priscilla?
I'd like to suggest that we wait until you had your response from them before we continue this discussion.
Okay,
I mean, because otherwise it seems that it's like, it is Dylan's law, it isn't Dylan's law, and well, let's just get an opinion.
okay. Marcia?
Yeah, so I'm always in favor of talking to our attorneys who know our situation and especially the open meeting law. And I hope that you weren't suggesting that the subcommittees that are appointed by other committees aren't going to be subject to the laws of open meeting law and minutes and all of that. But beyond all that, I wanted to just address that this policy governing committees, I just put that in, not because necessarily I wanted to incorporate it, but because it seems to be something that exists from 2018. So maybe it's something that the committee wants, the select board wants to revoke, but it's out there. And so it hasn't been followed. We should maybe consider repealing it or whatever. And in terms of once we get an answer, if they say that we have to follow Dylan's rule, I can certainly make this a little softer and fuzzier. But, you know, we'll just see what they say.
Okay, Mary, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, thinking about the quarterly report approach, which I think was in the Claudette Brochu era. I think we were feeling as a select board sometimes a little maybe uninformed about what some of the outer reaches of the subcommittee world were doing, and sort of odd things would happen, like there were some people on the Conservation Commission who really like to do like web design. So they had, you know, very good web presence that told about trails to, you know, get interest in that. And then that built up more interest in Guile Mountain. And then that led to oversubscription by lots of groups, which led to a question about whether to enlarge the parking lot. So some of these things that, you know, it is good to have ideas come up from, you know, the hinterlands and also to have lots of people involved. But then also sometimes it's like the issues kind of interconnect and become problems, unanticipated problems. So I think we need some kind of communication structure to work things like that out. You know, like, I mean, if we could recruit some of those enthusiastic web designers just for our main website, we'd be real happy, right? But also just that people who love the trails and they love getting out there don't think about that maybe their enthusiasm leads to, you know, actual safety issues on Turnpike Road when it's foliage season and all the people come to climb Guile Mountain and then the emergency vehicles can't get through. So, and it might not be easily solved, but probably the quarterly reports is not going to solve that problem. We tried that and it didn't work. I think that could be scrapped, but it did happen.
Priscilla?
Well, I have found one way to keep in touch with what the various committees and subcommittees are doing is when, since I'm a lover of the listserv, when they put their packets and their meeting notes on the listserv, I read them. It, you know, doesn't mean they had to come to a meeting and present them to me and put them in the select board packet like this, but you know, they're there. You can read them. I mean, if we want to know.
Just
Right,
one
and
more-
go ahead, Mary.
Just one more thing. We could just convene people. You know, if we sort of notice something that where there might be some unintended consequences, we could just convene the subcommittee or, you know, a couple of groups to work out what we think the global problem is too, you know, just at our discretion. So I just think it's a way of working things out.
All right, so Mary, you brought up another issue that jumped out at me as I read this document, and I noted that 4 websites exist in addition to the town website. The fire department has its own website, the rec department has its own website, the trails committee, and the energy committee. And so I'm wondering, is this, I know Marcia's brought this up as a concern in the past, and so is this something that we want to address in a document of this type? Just putting out the question doesn't have to be answered tonight. And then on the last page, I will reiterate a concern that I mentioned several meetings ago, and that is when we talk about the select board shall monitor the compliance of all appointed and elected officials, where questions of violations or incomplete compliance are found, the select board will review and take appropriate action. I think we have to expand on that and explain how we will monitor and who will monitor. Because I don't understand how that would work.
Or Pam, if I could say,
Certainly.
it might be impossible to monitor. I mean, we're not policemen. So
We have an agreement that we signed that we will comply, so we have to monitor.
Or we have to rescind that agreement if it is an unreasonable task and we're not going to accomplish it, we should rescind that.
We signed the agreement with Katuki that we will abide by the open meeting law and go above and beyond. So we have to monitor and we have to ensure compliance, or we are in violation of that agreement. So
Right.
my question is, what is being proposed here as a method of monitoring, and who will do the monitoring? I assume to bring it back to the board, but that might not be a good assumption. But those are two questions that I had as I read this. What about the websites that are not town official websites? And what about the compliance with open meeting law? I think those are questions that we have to answer before this document is finalized. Any other questions or comments on this document? Priscilla?
Probably minor to everybody else, but on, I guess it's page 3 of the stuff from the brochure about appointment of select board liaison to the Norwich School Board and the Norwich Prudential Committee. I know Lily is our liaison with the school board, and she.
Well, I'm the select board liaison to the school board.
Oh, you are. Oh, okay. Well, we don't have one to the Norwich Prudential Committee, although I go to all their meetings.
Right.
And I'm thinking that if we had, I don't know, if I say, okay, well, I'll do that. Maybe I'm supposed to be more proactive about agenda things, and because I've been chirping here and there for a long time about things like the hydrant rental fee, and maybe I should have been more aggressive about that as something that needed to be addressed if I'd been doing my job, which I wasn't ever.
But
really
you've never
appointed
been
to do.
officially appointed
No,
as
I
the
haven't.
liaison, so
No.
you haven't been negligent, you haven't been appointed.
I'm the only member of the
But
select board who
yes,
lives in the fire
I think
district.
there are a
Yeah.
lot of things that were done in the past that we're not necessarily in sync with now. And as these things come to our attention, we have to decide, do we want to continue with this, or do we want to amend it or repeal it or whatever? Mary,
Yes, I agree with you, Pam. You have to kind
thank
of.
you. Yeah, I went back into all of the previous minutes since we moved back, and I don't recall seeing this policy, but after.
Here it is.
Yeah, it's here. I just don't recall it. So would someone like to make a motion to accept this as a first read?
I don't think we're ready for that. Oh, as a
Okay.
first read?
As a first read,
Well, we had it. I don't know, we need to accept it.
okay, well, if you don't feel strongly about it, then we can
Well,
move on.
I mean, what does it gain us to say we accepted the first read? We had it. It's real.
We had a first read instead of we accept the first read. We had
Okay.
a first read.
Okay, then we'll just move on. No problem. The next item on the agenda is the receipt of correspondence. Okay, we received, excuse me, we received a letter from Sonia Howlett about the Vermont Declaration of Inclusion. Later in the meeting, we will be talking about the board's policy on requests for resolutions and letters of support. So I don't have a response to her at this moment. Cheryl Lindbergh shared with the board an email from VLCT about some training on infrastructure grants. That took place on May 1st. I don't know if anyone attended that. Perhaps the town manager or the assistant town manager did. We have a letter from Al Kadev telling us that she has to resign as the town health officer due to illness. So that is disappointing news, and I hope that Elka will be able to overcome her health issues very soon, and thank her for her service. And this is something that we need to add to our open list of appointments that we need to make. So we need to look for a new health officer along with all the other positions. And I'll be working with Brennan and Miranda to develop a new list to get out for the next meeting.
And Pam, that's a shall appoint. That's not an optional.
Right. And yeah, so we need to find somebody to appoint. I'm not sure who might step forward, but we certainly have to advertise the position. We have a letter from the listers, once again requesting that the select board work with the listers to resolve this boundary issue with the town of Sharon. They suggest that they could meet with us on June 12th or thereafter. I put them on my list of future topics for the June 12th meeting, and hopefully we'll have some time on that agenda to work with them and figure out where our next steps need to be. And I think that's the last correspondence. Yes.
So Pam,
Yes.
we did talk about that before, and we decided that there wasn't anything that the select board could do. Looking at that statute, it all starts with a survey, and I believe that there was a valid survey from DiBernardo, which showed the land. So rather than waste our time going around this again, I'm wondering if the listers have seen that, and if they dispute it, then maybe, somebody has to get a new survey, because certainly the case law that I've looked at sort of says, and the lister from Sharon said, surveys are the governing thing.
I believe a year ago, or almost a year ago, this select board directed the town manager to set up a meeting with the Sharon Select Board to discuss the topic. And to my knowledge, that has not happened. The listers have made a request to come before this board again on June 12th or thereafter. And I think we should hear them out and hear what their concerns are. And take it from there.
Brennan?
Marcia, I call,
I
excuse me.
know, I'm trying to tell you that Brendan was raising his hand.
It sounded like you were calling on him. Yes, Brennan, I'm happy to take your comment.
Thank you. So I guess I'm confused here as well, because we have had a couple of discussions of this boundary, and Sharon, and I have not spoken directly to anyone in their select board, but their board of listers is not disputing the boundary line. So I guess I'm not sure why the town of Norwich is. And then we asked previously for anyone else who might be living in one of those properties along that line to come to us if there was a dispute, to come to the select board. And we did hear a aggrieved party who felt that they were being unfairly double taxed. And we had a boundary that had been surveyed, and they were referred back to the listers by the select board. I can't remember the exact timing of that. I think it was early this year. And I'd like to hear from the listers whether that was resolved for that party, because they, I think, had brought that to the select board. The select board had said, we agree with you that this 2.5 acres of land is not in the town of Norwich, it's in Sharon. The town of Norwich should not be taxing you for that. But I don't know where it went from there. And I had, I guess, a follow-up conversation with the aggrieved party asking for assistance, and all I could do is refer them to the Board of Listers, which I think they attended a meeting. So I'd be just kind of curious to be caught up on what was resolved there before April 1st, when the tax, the grand list was set, and whether that had been resolved for that party. And then again, I still have a question here. If the town of Sharon is not disputing that there's a boundary line, who is? It seems like the lister's office is disputing this. With who, I don't know.
The legislation says when the legislative bodies of adjoining municipalities are able to agree as to the location of a municipal line, each legislative body shall vote in meetings duly warned for the purpose to adopt the location. We have not done that. We did not do that. We don't know that Sharon has done that. So the listers have requested an opportunity to present their concerns, and I have jotted down on June 12th that we can hopefully make time for them on that agenda. Marcia?
Well, my question is, how are we going to do that? If surveys are what you're supposed to look at, are we supposed to get a new survey, and are we supposed to pay for that survey? I mean, this doesn't make sense to me.
These are the questions I would like to ask the listers on June 12th and try to come to some kind of conclusion on this. If we need to meet with the Sharon Selectboard and come to an agreement with them, and then we adopt that agreement, they adopt that agreement, then it gets sent up to the state for the state to accept that boundary. It's not just, oh, well, we saw a survey and we think that this is good enough for us. So I would like to hear from the listers on June 12th and just see if what we did resolve their issue. They say it didn't, and I'd like to understand why it didn't. Marcia?
So can I ask that in preparation for that, they, because Brennan and I met with the lister from Sharon, and and we also talked to the guy upstairs in the planning office about how this is done. So the listers need, I need to hear them explain to us, once they see a survey and it says, this land is in this spot, how do they enter that information into their system, which then gets passed on to the state, which then gets put into a map? And, on what's the basis that we know that this is supposedly not Sharon land? Because if only the listers know this and the survey is read by the listers in Sharon a different way, I just need to know more about how this is done and what language or coordinates or whatever get put into NEMRIC that then gets sent on and prepares the grand list and goes to the state, etc.
This was in our packet. When the legislative bodies of adjoining municipalities are able to agree as to the location of a municipal line, each legislative body shall vote in meetings duly warned for the purpose to adopt the location. Prior to the vote, each legislative body shall hold at least one public hearing duly warned for the purpose of informing the public of and allowing public comment on the location of the line. Following the meetings, the legislative body shall conduct or ratify an existing survey of the municipal line and file certified copies of the minutes of the meetings and the survey and a list of property owners, the legal location of whose property is changed by the agreement with the Secretary of State the clerk of each of the municipalities, and the Vermont Enhanced 911 Board. We've not done that.
But how can we do it? That's my question. I'm just hoping that you can
I-
guide them to get the right
I think
information.
the listers will come with their proposed solution. At least that's my understanding.
If you read this thing in the packet, it says what happens. We're gonna have to do a survey. I mean, obviously, the lines overlap and we're gonna have to do a survey, and the question will be which town has to pay for it.
Or maybe we
Or-
share the cost.
We share the cost, or maybe the General Assembly will pay for the cost. But we need to have an agreement on where the line is, because right now we don't have agreement, and there are landowners who are caught in this situation of where their kids go to school, where they pay their taxes, how much they pay. And we as a board don't have unilateral authority to say, oh, here's where the line is. No, they're overlapping lines. Somebody's got to agree to do a survey and then and it has to go all the way up to the legislature.
But we also have to hold public hearings.
Yes, we do.
And so we need to follow the law.
Yeah, we do, but I don't know what else the listers are supposed to tell us except what they've told us.
Well, they've requested a hearing with
Yep.
us, and so I am
They should have it.
happy to try to accommodate them. So unless Brennan?
So I just remain confused as to who is disputing that there is a boundary line discrepancy, because Sharon is not. It would seem like from what I've seen from the original listers map that was in the packet, that we're actually going to lose grand list value if some of those properties are actually found to be in Sharon. And it would be in Sharon's, to their benefit, I would suspect, to say, yeah, we would like those homesteads to be in Sharon. We'll adjust this. But they haven't done that. In fact, they were very adamant that they're not disputing anything here. So it seems like, we're somehow forcing these homesteads that currently have a Norwich address to potentially move into Sharon and hurting our grand list to do that. So I'm confused as to why we would proactively try to do this. And I see Cheryl has her hand up, so maybe she's going to answer the question about the Adams parcel and what happened there after he came to the select board and was told, we agree with you on this 2.5 acres. Your survey shows that it's not in Sharon, or it's not in Norwich, it's in Sharon. Was that ever resolved for that party?
Well, I think what happened was the select board made a recommendation. The select board cannot order the listers to do anything. The listers have told us in the email in tonight's packet that they do not feel that the action taken on February 14 resolved the issue. And there are 21 parcels, not one. So you can't make a decision on one and not the other 20. But I'll let Cheryl explain the situation.
Cheryl Lindbergh, Norwich, Vermont. I think the most disappointing part of listening to this is to hear that no one's spoken to the Norwich listers. People went and spoke to other people because we just don't exist in Tracy Hall. And, it's very discouraging when we are not brought into the conversation. And so there is a discrepancy in the boundary. It's been going on since 2007. And I have found more documents in the lister files to further the discussion about how long this has existed and how far back it goes. To that point, the one parcel that is speaking up about being double taxed is saying that we have the boundary wrong. Well, it's a straight line to our knowledge, and there are no boundaries between towns that have jogs in them. They are all straight lines. So in speaking with Galen in the Sharon Lister's office, he admitted that a property with a house was built on the Sharon line, but they turned their head the other way and didn't make it a big matter to argue that that property, that homestead on that property is in Sharon. And I said, well, that's wrong. You know, either you argue that it's the right line or not the right line. You don't pick and choose which parcel is going to have their homestead in Norwich or Sharon. So the matter is not resolved. And the February 14th meeting was an exhausting day for me. This was addressed at 10:15 at night. I had come back from traveling and I was in bed. And that, you know, what I saw in minutes made no sense to me, or any lister for that matter. And it needs to be revisited. And we've done nothing to change anything based on anything that we have been reading anywhere. So the boundary line has not changed and none of the parcels have been adjusted in the April 1st grand list.
Thank you. I too was a little surprised to hear that Marcia and Brennan met with the Sharon listers. Tonight is the first I've heard of that. It was certainly nothing that was discussed in a meeting prior to or after it took place. So I found that a little surprising as well. Brennan?
I answer that. So I think we were charged, at least I was as the town manager, Marcia as the former chair, to try to get an understanding of Sharon's position on this. And again, we started with the lister's office because we couldn't get anyone. And actually, I think I was actually referred to the lister's office instead of the select board chairperson for Sharon. And that's how that conversation occurred. And actually, we had a very nice conversation with, I think, a very knowledgeable lister about Sharon's process and how they do this boundary line, how they see the boundary line. And again, I guess we'll talk about this more on the 12th, and that'll be helpful. But I think it was, from my understanding, Sharon's position is that the boundary line is not in dispute. And in the Norwich side, we were saying it is in dispute. And again, I guess we'll figure out how to get the bodies to converse together to decide if there is any action needed to be taken and what that action would be.
Right. Well, my recollection is that in June of 2023, you were directed to try to schedule a meeting between our select board and their select board, and that didn't happen. I never heard anything about you and Marcia meeting with their listers, and the listers cannot resolve the issue. It has to be the legislative bodies. Mary?
I'm wondering if this is kind of an unwarranted agenda item at this point. I mean, we're discussing a lot of aspects of it and so forth.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And so it's time to receive the correspondence and move on. Thank you.
I move to accept all correspondence.
Thank you. Is there a second? Was that Marcia saying second?
It was.
Thank you. Okay, Mary, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Marcia?
Yes.
Priscilla?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. All right, thank you. All right, April 24 minutes. I haven't seen any requests to make any kind of changes. Did anybody have something they wanted? Oh, no.
I wasn't there, but I noticed on page 2, partway down, it says how Leighton moved to appoint Linda Gray to the DRB, and that was the first item under number 5 on the first page. It's just there twice.
It was probably, should be a different committee. I will look up and see which one that should be. Yeah, we had so many appointments that night.
Obviously.
And
And I wasn't
I was
there.
probably doing a cut and paste.
Okay, so I don't know what that is. It's fun.
Oh, she was appointed to,
What, the Energy Committee or something, or, I don't know. I wasn't here.
It was the DRB.
Yeah,
but it's on there twice. She says it's on there twice.
It's on there twice.
Linda Gray is on the bottom of page 1, and then again on page 2.
Okay.
I'll have to look and see what that's supposed to be, but I will make that correction
Right.
and get it to Miranda. It's in my notebook. I won't take the time to look it up now, but thank you for catching that.
Well, and if I might, thank you for the kind words about my absence and my husband.
Certainly. Any other corrections that anybody picked up on? If not, I will entertain a motion.
I move to approve the April 24th, 2024 minutes as amended.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. All right, Mary, how do you vote?
I'll vote yes.
Marcia?
Yes.
Priscilla?
Do I get to vote? I wasn't there.
Oh, that's right.
I don't think I can vote.
You should abstain.
Abstain.
Thank you for reminding me.
How do you vote,
Okay.
Pam?
And I vote yes. So it's 3 yes and 1 abstain.
Okay.
All right. Okay, moving on to the AP warrants. Okay, we had 3 warrants in this packet. Yep. I guess we'll just move on to a motion to approve unless someone has a comment or question. Seeing none. Would someone like to make a motion to accept warrant number 1121?
I move to approve AP warrant number 1121 in the amount of $78,736.10 to be paid from the general fund.
I'll second.
Thank you. All right. Cheryl, you had a question?
Yeah, if I might, and I'll see stuff tomorrow, but I was going to ask tonight, the payment to the Norwich Congregational Church, maybe Brennan knows, it's being expensed to the Marion Cross School Rental Fee account.
Yeah. Yeah.
I didn't quite understand that accounting there on that item, so I just thought I'd ask if there was an explanation. Somebody might know.
Priscilla?
I don't know, but I'm wondering if this is why the Marion Cross rental fee, instead of being $15,700 per contract, comes out at like 18 in the budget. But I don't
I
know.
think that was the explanation. Brennan?
Yeah, I think that is the explanation. I'm sure that was a rental fee for the use of their space that is again being placed into that line because that's the only place to account for it.
Right, so basically the line item is a misnomer. It's not just Marion Cross, it's any rental that the rec department does for their activities.
I believe that's what we determined there in a previous
I-
meeting.
Right, I don't know if that's something we can correct, should correct. It's also in the FY25 budget as well.
Maybe a budget time. Correct it.
Yeah, the FY26 would be the earliest we could correct that. All right, so we have a motion and a second. Mary, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Marcia?
Yes.
Priscilla?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. Okay, next warrant is 1122 for police cruiser equipment. Would
I
someone
move-
like to make,
Yep, I'll do it. I move to approve AP warrant number 1122 in the amount of $468 to be paid from the police cruiser fund number 11.
Second.
thank you. All right. Any questions or comments? If not, Mary, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Marcia?
Yes.
Priscilla?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. And the last AP warrant is number 1123 for the town reappraisal fund.
I move to approve AP warrant number 1123 in the amount of $14,255.86 to be paid from the town reappraisal fund number 12.
Second.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? Mary, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Marcia,
Yes.
Priscilla,
Yes.
and I'm a yes. Okay, thank you. All right. Third read of the Norwich Selectboard policy on requests for statements of support. And I see Marcia has added a paragraph at the bottom that addresses the concern expressed at the last meeting. Are there any questions or comments on this policy? Priscilla?
We were going to bring up the correspondence from Sonia Howlett at this point,
No, I
or
just
we
said
were
that,
not
I just said that
Oh.
we couldn't answer her question.
until we voted on the policy. Oh,
Right.
okay. Thank you.
Marcia, did you want to make any comment about this at this point?
No, I mean, I added the red paragraph, based on Mary's suggestion that we didn't want to chill anyone who,
Right.
wanted something put on a ballot. And I explained in my little bottom thing, which would go away, the notes that basically about the time you put a website link on something, it's changed. And so you can't keep up and.
Right, okay.
Petitioning is found on the Secretary of State's website.
By the way, I'm signing the AP warrants, and so Priscilla will need at least a third signature on them. So you
I'll
can
stop
take
in
care
the
of that.
morning.
Thank you.
Do you want to do that, Marcia, or do you want us to send them out electronically? We could do it either way.
Whatever you prefer. If
Yeah,
you
I
want
mean,
everybody,
If we don't, we just need 3. So if that's convenient for you to come by, we'll just hold them for you. If it's not, we'll send them out.
I'll
Right.
stop in about 9.
Right,
Great.
I'll put
Thank you.
them under the door of Miranda's office, so she'll have them in the morning.
Thank you.
Okay, right, back to the policy here. Are we ready to accept this as a policy with the corrections that were made? Mary?
I have a comment. I appreciate the inclusion of the, right to speech at town meeting. I do think that there may have to be education around this to the public, because I think it's Vermont, and I think people do come up with resolutions. And as the correspondence noted, I think there were 143 towns that, their select board just signed off on it, which is fine, but we may be asked about it. So I think we should just be prepared to just speak about it and, say what we think. I think to me, it rings true that our normal business does not have to do with resolutions, which could come from any number of directions. I think we're supposed to be open to different points of view, but by endorsing it, I don't know if we are sort of defining what our point of view is, So I agree with it, but I do think there will need to be probably education around it. There might be some pushback against it. And also, I think in thinking about, well, when can people speak? It might be through the mechanism of town meeting, but also, Lily Trayman last year had been saying, well, can you move that informational meeting back? Like, could there actually be a little more wiggle room for people to express what they want to express about the town or the state or the nation? If there was a little bit better forum for that, I think that would kind of be nice too.
Priscilla?
So I'm thinking if we adopt this, we would not find ourselves, for instance, in the quandary that Hartford has had some emotional discussions about things where I could certainly see both sides, whether to hang banners about various things or whether to make statements of support for this or that, cause about which people feel quite passionately. And I like this. Thank you. Barsha, I think you wrote it up because frankly, it lets us off the hook as a board. It does not prevent any one of us from personally expressing our own opinions on a matter, our own support, whatever. But it does mean that as a board, we're not doing that. And I don't think we were really elected to do that, you know? So I think this will be helpful. People may not may get mad at us for not taking a position on something, but you know,
But they have the option of doing a petition. if
they can
feel
do it
that strongly.
themselves.
Yes,
That's right.
so,
So I appreciate this, and I appreciate the red type too.
yeah, that was an addition.
Yeah, that's good.
And Mary, you wanted to make another comment?
Yeah, just should we also wait for a meeting so that Roger could weigh in?
We can do that. We can accept this as a third read or just postpone this
Right.
to the next agenda. I'm fine with that.
Second read on the motion sheet, but I don't know.
No, that's moved and seconded. I put on here that we were accepting it as a policy, but I didn't realize that Roger would not be here this evening
Okay.
and be able to join in on
Well,
the
he
discussion.
might be quite interesting. It might be interesting to hear his thoughts on this. too.
Okay, so I will put this down for the
Next meeting.
the 22nd. I'm so tired, I can't remember what I'm supposed to write.
Put it on the good old agenda.
I don't even, I don't know what to call it. Okay, so we're gonna just postpone this to the next meeting. That's
So
fine.
table it. Yep.
Okay, and then our last item is the request from the town manager to recognize Juneteenth as a holiday. So I will open the floor to Brennan.
Okay, well, I don't have a whole lot more to add than what was in the memo. I think we've had a couple informal discussions about this. It came to me as a request from a few of our staff members that this was an important holiday to them, and they were just wondering if Norwich would adopt this. And again, I think it's kind of in discussion right now at the state level as to whether it will become a state holiday. It's already a federal holiday, and it sounds like a number of other Vermont municipalities have adopted this. So I put it out, I guess, to the board as the entity that would have to bless that and make it official, whether we want to do this. Again, as I said in the memo, if we did, that would be effective this coming June 19th. And then as we finalize the actual personnel policies, we would then include that as one of the town's paid holidays in the personnel policy as well.
Okay, any comments or questions? Mary?
Yeah, I appreciated, Brennan, that you put in the little, part about having a side letter with the union, because we had argued against including it, and it was just a bargaining chip more than, you know, the value of the holiday itself. So I think it's fine. I think it's kind of just, as you say, becoming more widely adopted as a holiday. It's certainly a cause for celebration. I don't know if people will treat it that way or just another day off, but I'm in favor of establishing it, so.
Okay, thank you. Marcia?
Yeah, I would agree. I think it's probably going to be approved more broadly. And I think that, you know, I really appreciated that you put in the number of holidays that we have. It's certainly in line and it's certainly appropriate. So I would make a motion.
Ursula, did you have a comment?
No, I'm essentially in agreement with Marcia and Mary.
Okay, well, I have some comments. The state of Vermont said that they will be recognizing it as a holiday, but they will not be giving it as a paid holiday because of the collective bargaining agreement issue that it would create. And I also reached out to several towns in the area to see what other towns are actually recognizing Juneteenth as a holiday. Hanover, Lebanon, Windsor, and Woodstock do not recognize Juneteenth as a paid holiday. Hartford said they are offering it this year for the first time. And Heartland said that it was on their agenda for this past Monday night as part of their personnel policy rewrite. So he did not know if that would be approved or not. When I reached out to the town of Windsor, I got more information than just a yes or no answer. They actually sent me a copy of their paid holiday policy. They pay 8 holidays that are enumerated: New Year's, President's Day, Memorial Day, Independence Day, Labor Day, Veterans Day, Thanksgiving Day, and Christmas Day. And then they have 4 floating holidays. So they said that works out well for people who may celebrate a religious holiday other than Christmas. So they felt that that was a good way of being more inclusive and recognizing that not everybody celebrates the same things in the same ways. So I'm a little hesitant to take something out of the personnel policy and view it in an isolated situation. I think this is something that we should incorporate as a part of our personnel policy when we get to that, and review it in its totality, not piecemeal it. And maybe we want to look at something like Windsor is doing, where we have a set number of paid holidays that the town is closed and everyone is paid. And then we have, 3 or 4 floating holidays that people can choose. And it doesn't have to be a holiday. I mean, it can be, I just want this day off because it's something that's important to me. So it actually becomes kind of a floating paid time. So that was the research that I did when I saw this request. So I throw that out there for whatever it's worth.
So they have 8 in Windsor and we have
They have 8.
11.
They have 8 paid
Yeah.
holidays that everybody recognizes and the town offices close. And then they have 4 floating
Oh,
holidays
so it's 12. total.
that the town offices are not closed. People can pick and choose the days
Yeah.
that they take their floating holiday. So it would be less days of the town hall being closed, and people have far more flexibility in terms of how they want to celebrate holidays, or just use it as a vacation day in effect to add to their other paid time off. So
An interesting idea.
and that's why I think, personally, I think we should wait and see the personnel policies in their entirety, and maybe look at adopting something similar to Windsor, if that makes sense to the board and to the staff.
I am a little out of it, do we have some sense of when we're going to see a draft of the personnel policy?
After the town attorney has had a chance to go through it, I guess. Sometime in June, I think, Brennan said. So if we wait, then it's probably not going to be a holiday that would be paid this year,
He wants to talk.
but it's something that could be observed in the future or be one of the floating holidays.
So Brennan's had his hand up for a while.
Right, Brennan?
So I'll just comment on 2 things. One, I think this idea of a floating holidays that could be used for an actual holiday or just a day off is probably a difficult on staffing. I don't know. Windsor obviously made the decision that it worked for them. I wouldn't recommend going that route with what we deal with in Norwich. And I mean, I guess the other piece of a recognized holiday is recognizing the importance of the event. And I think that's an important piece of this discussion as well. So we have staff members who have come to me as the town manager. I'm coming to you as a select board saying that this is an important, for them. And I think that has some, some importance should have some importance to the board as well. It's not just a day off.
Marcia?
Yeah, I agree. I think that this is something that people feel more strongly about than they do about certain other days. And I think that approving this wouldn't do any harm in terms of the incorporation of it later in a personnel policy. But it would do a lot of good in terms of keeping faith with our staff members and continuing the upward trajectory that we seem to have of good morale and a totally changed atmosphere in Tracy Hall. I also think that when you start talking about floating holidays, you do get into all sorts of difficulties. And I think that would be hard to manage, and I would defer to Brennan and his staff to think about that, but I wouldn't be in favor of it. But I would definitely be in favor of approving this tonight.
Mary?
I'd like to make a motion, if that's okay.
Okay.
I move to add Juneteenth as a paid holiday for all Norwich employees.
I second it.
You say all Norwich employees. Well, what about the collective bargaining agreement?
Well, that's why I said all. Should I be more
Don't they
specific?
have to accept it as
They-
a friendly amendment?
Oh, that's true. Well, they have to be offered and accepted, right? Let's see.
It's the
Would have to be a paid holiday for non-CBA employees. And then if you want to add that we would offer a friendly amendment to the CBA to add this to their list, we could do that. But I don't think we can just say all employees.
That's true. And to offer it also to CB collective bargaining unit, right? Employees.
friendly amendment. Aren't we
All right.
talking about a side letter?
Yeah, we are, but how to express this? I mean, if we offer it, it has to be a side letter. Maybe there's a different way to move this.
Maybe we just offer Juneteenth as a paid holiday to all Norwich employees. Would that cover the offer to the union?
Offer it.
And authorize a notice to go to the non-CBA town employees. And a side letter would be drafted and offered to the NEPBA CBA employees, offering them the opportunity.
Okay, let's see.
Brennan's had his hand up for a while.
I was trying to help wordsmith this.
yeah,
I mean, I think in its simplest form, we would offer this to all Norwich employees.
That's what I
And
said.
that would require, in the case of the CBA employees, that they accepted, an offer that would be presented in a side letter. I don't know if that has to specifically be included in a motion. I guess it could be. But that would be the mechanism to have CBA employees, allowed to accept that. It would have to go through the NEPBA and be accepted.
And that's a procedural town manager thing to do, I thought. So I think
Yes.
our original motion might work, except I'd change add to offer. So
Yeah,
it would
I
read,
think that works too.
I offer Juneteenth as a paid holiday for all Norwich employees. If that's acceptable to Marcia. Right? The short version.
Yes, perfect.
Okay, okay. All
So
right.
it's, you move to offer Juneteenth as a paid holiday to all Town employees?
All Norwich employees.
How about just another qualification, all qualifying Norwich employees, because you might have
Oh, yes.
some
that's-
difference there between a full and a part-time and how they're allowed to
That's a good
So-
point.
take it. So all qualifying
Norwich
Norwich
employees.
employees.
You okay with that, Marcia?
Yes.
All right.
Okay. All right, so that's moved by Mary and
Mm.
seconded by Marcia. Any other discussion or questions? All right, I'll call for the vote. Mary, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Marcia,
Yes.
Priscilla?
Yes.
I'm a no.
Okay.
I don't feel we should pick and choose things out of the personnel policies. I'd like to see us vote on it as a whole. Okay. That is the last item. It's now 10:40. I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
I move to adjourn the meeting at 10:40 PM.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Everybody second.
Mary, how do you vote?
Vote yes.
Marcia,
Yes.
Priscilla?
Yes.
And I'm a yes.
Well,
All right,
that was a
thank you.
problem.